Hello again, boys and girls. Welcome back to the channel. Just give me a moment while I set up my bits and bobs I need to do. I need to go onto YouTube and bring up my actual stream, and then we'll actually continue on. But welcome back. Oh, it's a bit loud, isn't it? Yeah, so welcome back. Of course, it's your host, Marley Startled, and we are continuing on our playthrough of Unity of Command 2 and all its DLCs, barring Moscow 41, because that is not a fun DLC to play. That's more of an experience. So, if you know what Moscow 41 is, it is the defense of Moscow from the Russian perspective and the counterattacks of Leningrad and Reserve and so on and so forth. And that completely changes the way the game is played. It's effectively this meat grinder tactics where your troops are disposable, and the main strategy is allowing the German panzers to destroy your units so they become deorganized so you can finally push them back. It's a very unpleasant experience that involves large turn limits and throwing as many troops as you can at the problem until eventually you just win by superior numbers and wearing out the enemy, which is not a good experience. But so instead we're doing the Stalingrad DLC, a DLC I have yet to play, where this covers the German Foul-Blau offensive of I believe 42 and 43, where they push in to take Stalingrad. So initially it plays out much like Barbarossa and the Blitzkrieg, where you have these long pushes and encirclements, but eventually comes this sort of wearing out and attrition as your units get weaker, before leading to the Soviet counterattack, where you're really in a bad spot. There's also a really fun history scenario, or a set of scenarios where instead of pushing to Stalingrad, you push for the Caucasus and save Baku, but at the cost of another large-scale encirclement, which eventually you break out of. Still, we'll do the main historical expansion first and then go from there. So we'll play on normal and go from there. So Stalingrad 1942. Spring 1942. The German attack on the Soviet Union has not succeeded, but neither has it failed. Despite heavy losses during the severe winter, the Wehrmacht remains deep in Russia. It has neither the men nor the tanks to attack everywhere as it did the previous year. Instead, Germany focused its effort in the south, aiming for the ultimate prize of the Caucasus oil fields. Meanwhile, the Soviets amassed the reserves for a climatic counterstrike. Make sure it's not too loud. I didn't notice in my tutorial that I had the noise too loud for the music, which is unfortunate, but hey ho, it is what it is. There you go, that's the Moscow 41 counterattack. Late winter 1942, Soviet offensive preparations slowly grind to a halt. Wehrmacht is left bent but unbroken. The Germans plan for the summer. Their goal will be the oil fields of the Caucasus. The Great Southern Push. Axis armies begin massing in the south. May 1942, the Red Army launches a preemptive offensive to retake Kharkov. Von Wallenstein prepares to expel the Soviets from Crimea. And our scenario starts. So we get immediately our free HE bomber, which is great. We could spend for another, but we're probably going to have to be upgrading our units first. So this is a good bit of RNG, a good bit of car dealership. Of course, we've got the AOK6 and the AOK17 with certain range upgrades. Most of the stuff there's already been upgraded. We don't really need any of this extra stuff. Sure, you could oversupply a unit, but it's not necessary for a lot of the medium and easy difficulty campaign theatres, and I don't really need to destroy bridges, because if I need to do that, then I'll probably have a Logi bomber for this role. So of course we've got the Polus with the 6th Army, which will, of course, as you know, the 6th Army was encircled at Stalingrad. He's a talented officer, but has little command experience and is way out of depth in the urban quagmire of Stalingrad. AOK 17 is the powerful 17th Army, which is General Richard Ruoff, an infantry officer who's cautious and methodical instructs can lead him to miss opportunities. Relieved of command in 1933, he will not take to the field again during the war. Storfang and Trapenyagd. By late spring 1942, a successful conclusion to the siege of Sevastopol has become the primary objective for the Wehrmacht. Before assaulting the city and its surrounding fortifications, von Manstein's 11th Army must first secure its flank by expelling the Soviets from Kerch Peninsula. Once this is completed, Operation Sturfang can commence. The assault on Sevastopol itself. Both operations will benefit from the massive artillery and air support. So, if you successfully take Sevastopol in this DLC, it means I don't believe you have to play Sevastopol in another scenario. So supply trucks, I think I should be fine for now, but it's the cost of them, you see. Now I can probably, if I'm good at microing my supply trucks, I probably will not have to buy any more. I can probably get more by cards in the actual scenarios, but the main focus will be upgrading the tanks and the armor so they can punch through first. I don't want to be in a situation where I have weak tanks that can't punch through and take casualties, but I have supply. I'd rather have these situations be different and make do with what supply I have. But if you play the Barbarossa DLC, if you take Sevastopol early, you just get a load of points and some prestige and so on. But we will see. We will see. That's why the logic is don't use the logic. Well, save prestige for upgrading your units and then see what you need to do from there. Bear in mind, I only have 200 prestige, so that's not going to be a lot of upgrade potential. So it's been deemed necessary to eliminate all Soviet presence in the Crimea for preparation of our summer offensive. Your orders are to clear Kerch Peninsula before turning your focus to Sevastopol. The Soviets are heavily fortified, but the 11th Army is well prepared for the siege artillery and concentrated air power. Note, heavy artillery and pioneers will arrive in the 11th Army force pool on turn 5. You have no preparation phase, as von Manstein does not appreciate people meddling with his carefully laid plans. Bruh. What do you mean I've got no preparation phase? Manstein! Manstein! I need to prepare. So let's take a look at our supply lines. We've got a 2 supply and a 1 supply there. I've got 1 supply pool left over. I'm not going to put down my supply hub just yet, or another supply hub, because I just want to see what my supply is going to be like once I move forward. So let's take a look. I can already punch through this objective. It should be a pretty easy early push in that regard then. Let's do some pinning. And failed dismally in our push. So that's probably already failed. That's a waste of a turn. A waste of a turn. So what my mistake there was pushing the Romanians up when I should have moved the tanks up instead. I may restart. So already off to a bad start. Off to a bad start. That was a bad start to a scenario. Okay, now I get an extra airstrike, but I think it's this one there, so we'll try and avoid using it. This time we weren't able to push these guys over. Not the end of the world, because I believe we can do some fancy stuff here. One to one, 1 to 1. One to one. Okay, not very good. Yeah, it happens. And again, RNG screwed me over there, so the enemy didn't withdraw. But hey ho, it is what it is. Now, the reason why I want to save these up is because I want to see where I want to push for Sevastopol. So we can see here, these are all fortified. There's no logical way I can break through this without the use of artillery and potentially using some of the HQ abilities. You needed to focus the unit to the south of the one you attacked to trap the objective unit behind it. So the logic here was, you see this rail line, The idea was that if I could destroy this unit and this unit, and maybe destroy this unentrenched unit, I could just plow through and isolate this Romanian troop. Instead of trying to like attack both in detail or pushing there, because you can see this marshland, it means I can't expand from this point. So this marshland will slow me down. So the idea is a sort of a blitzkrieg, it was a blitzkrieg punch through, but unfortunately we haven't achieved that yet because of the defense in depth of the Russians. So that's why we're trying to avoid this unit, because I want to encircle it rather than actually fight it and waste a turn or waste attack points. You can see it's entrenched and dug in. It's going to take a bit of resources to push off, which is a waste of attack, whereas I want to punch through the northern sector along that rail line to get to Kersh. And then I will just contain this with what reserves I have. So I probably move the cavalry down and move this unit down, and then I just encircle this unit while pushing through with the rest. Oh, the bonus objective unit. Destroy the unit with third turn 2. 20 points or 50 points for Kerch. I think it would be worth it more. See, on one hand, I'm conflicted. The one hand is that I could attack the 47th Army and destroy that unit now, or if I hadn't wasted my turn. But I'm concerned about whether or not I can reach Kerch in time while we're using most of my resources to break through Sevastopol. And so my concern is that is time constraints. Now, if I get lucky, I might be able to destroy this unit, but the odds are, with the amount of resources I put in, it will delay my offensive by such a certain point that economically I'll be worse off than if I had ignored this this objective and has kept on trying to punch through for Kerch, because this will only give me 20 prestige, whereas Kerch on time will give me 50 prestige. That's sort of the idea, the method in the madness there, is that whereas I can destroy that unit and fail to take Kerch by turn 4, meaning that I end up losing, what, 30 prestige? Whereas I can ignore this objective and punch through and lose out on 20 prestige. But again, I'd have to play it by ear to see if it was a better idea. I don't play the Stalingrad DLC a lot, so I'd have to take that into account, and a lot of mistakes will occur there. But the logic is the main objective first, and then if it's convenient for me with whatever I've got left, to wear it down. There's definitely a way to destroy the unit on turn 1 while also punching through the Kerch. There probably is. There's probably some high IQ classic gamers. If you play classic on this, you're a high IQ big brain boy. But yeah, you're right. There probably was a much better solution to this. But we're going to laugh as the incompetents. Now, Sevastopol itself. Now, the big mistake here is punching through from the north, because you can see these are all fortified. So if I destroy this fortification and try and push through, there's going to be a river line crossing I need to cross, which also means that I will take too many penalties. The logic here will be to punch through from the south. See, I'm a casual gamer though, you see, that's the thing. And the thing is, classic, you have no room for error. You have absolutely no room for error. So, for example, if I make a mistake here, if I get lazy and attack where I shouldn't attack, then I have to redo the entire scenario, because you have to do things so clinically in classic, because you've got such a limited turn frame, and it's a heckin' chunky boyarino. Now, I probably could have destroyed this unit turn 1 if I use my air assets to wipe it out. However, I want to conserve my air assets for the push down south here. So I'm going to bomb the hell out of this. Use the strat bomber. And then bomb the hell out of this again. So I may take potentially unit casualties doing this, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Damn you. Not the end of the world. I can leave this unsecure because I know the enemy won't push out here because it's so well fortified. But this has been damaged at one point. It's cornered, so I know there's enemies behind it, and so it means it will be easy to wear down. But because I've used all my assets, I'm very far ahead right now to potentially knock out the defences, get around, take the Kherson Peninsula, and take Sevastopol. This means I may lose 20 prestige now, but I will gain 50 prestige if I can take this by turn 13. That I can do a naval landing. Probably going to get it encircled and wiped out, I'll be honest with you. But they're disposable, so hey ho. We don't need to use our trucks yet. If we hold the V key, no need to use our trucks, so we can go on to the next scenario. Now, I probably wouldn't have been able to push Sevastopol this yet if I hadn't restarted the scenario, because I got myself a free unit to push, a free what do you call it, bomber to push. So you can cheese the game a bit and be like, let's just restart every scenario so we have an extra flying artillery piece. So before we use this air asset list yet, I want to see how well the Kirch push will go. So I could destroy the 47th now, but before I do that, let's see what damage we can do to this unit. One to one, 1 to 1. Nice. Whoa, that wasn't the bonus unit. No, that's alright, it's good to, that's why I've got the stream on, because people can discuss the strategies. I had thought about an idea where we could do like a commander mode where I would just be taking directions from the stream, but I don't think it would go very well, I'll be honest with you, because it'd be like, well, push down south, where to push? I'll push this tile and then push this tile. I was like, well, what tiles do you mean? It could go very badly wrong. I mean, it's one of those games where you could probably end up with a commander mode if you were willing to do it. Unfortunately, I don't know what this 47th Army unit is. Oh, it's this unit there. So I wiped out the wrong unit. Bruh. That's a restart. Is that a restart? I think I can still push this by turn 3. I don't think it's a restart. I don't think it's a restart. It was a unit you forced to retreat. Cursed! Cursed! I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Alright. Glip, you're gonna be taken out and shot. I'm blaming you, not myself. Pioneer, do I need a pioneer for this? Or can I get a pioneer down here? Get a pioneer down here. 1 bomb, 2 bomb. It's going to be so expensive to push. Turn 3, I may not get to Kirch this term. Okay, redo. I want Kirch. I don't care, I want Kirch. I don't want to start the campaign off on a bad note. And so I'm going to do a new scenario where, a new sort of strategy where we do throw everything we have over here. There we are. There we are. I will be able to get to Kirch this turn. However, it was at the expense of the breakthrough down here, but I still have this resource. So it's not the end of the world. So we've got till turn 13 to take this. I've got plenty of time. There's no need to rush. But now we can break through to Kirch. Also, a naval landing. Oh, we've got some free pioneers now as well because we did such a dismal job of we did such a bad job of... I don't really want to use... I want German units to have pioneers. Can we wear this down? Probably, but what cost? I don't want to lose troops yet. They may counterattack and wipe that unit. Kirch is the question, not the answer. Pin. This may work, this may not. Yeah, this will work. Aiming for that encirclement. We're not trying to destroy these units. We're going to try and encircle these units and cut them off from their supply lines. There we are. Move this unit back because this unit's got specialist tabs, so this could be more powerful. And leave these guys to their fate for now. Cavalry units, not the end of the world. There we are. The Blitzkrieg! The Blitzkrieg! And we should be able to get to Kirch by turn 4. And because I've got those supply hubs, I can just keep my units supplied and keep on pushing forward. That did not go according to plan. And there's Kirch taken at immense cost. Now I can move this HQ back down south next turn and begin our breakthrough of Sevastopol. Nice, I got a mortar. Give this mortar to this guy. We can now wipe out these units. They're all encircled, so we're happy campers. Bring the tank back south. Move one infantry unit to secure. And start working on wearing this down. Yeah, a potential idea is to reorg the units, but I got lucky because my mortar was able to, what's the word, was destroyed in a previous battle, and so I've got a free mortar I can now use. Overrun, that's what we like to see. This unit's going to come around because it's got that special mortar now. And then, of course, what we're going to do is we are going to reorg those units, as you mentioned, if they're still in range next turn. So I'm going to reorg this unit with its artillery piece and this unit with its the Stug. Now this would be a bit harder, a bit more. This would take a few more turns if we had not restarted the scenario, because I would not have the flying artillery. Whoa, I don't want to do that. There we go. And then bring these guys down south. Almost there. German units, give me a pioneer and infantry step. We should be good. We should be good to push this. Nice. Make sure our supplies aren't too bad. Take off a supply step here. We don't really need it anymore. There. The pocket. The pocket. We need the pocket. Lovely stuff. RNG smiles upon us. How's our supply? Not bad, still pretty workable. And I've got to remember to bring the tank down as well. Nice. It's all about going round Sevastopol. You don't push across because you're just going to lose a lot of men trying to do so. Cornered. Reached. And then we can just move this unit back over here next turn. Good, Kirsch. Supply issues, one turn, not the end of the world. Can I reorg? Yep, there we are. And we should be able to break this next turn. I could have probably broken it this turn if I hadn't used emergency resupplies, but hey ho. So, we've got 2 artillery pieces here. Let's first bomb Sevastopol. Now that's a bit of a problem, but not the end of the world. Reached. 2 to 1, 2 to 1. Reached. 1 to 1. Two to 1. I'm going to go one more turn now that they've been unentrenched, so to speak. They're going to dig back in, but they can only dig back in once. There we are. And we have ourselves an encirclement. And the game crashed. And the game crashed. So I've got to restart. If you move too quickly while you're moving troops in, then you've got to redo it. No, if you're planning to go down the historical route in this campaign, a lot of units here that say they're not persistence are in the historical route. Yeah, so this playthrough we'll be doing it the historical route, It's because I clicked too fast, so the game hasn't processed yet that troops are withdrawing, so it ends up clashing with like, oh, troops are coming in, but there's prisoners there, and troops are withdrawing. So it's alright because it saves every turn, so it's not the end of the world, but it's a bit amusing that if you click too quickly, if you're a bit too keen, then you end up with a bit of a system crash, while the game's like, oh, stop moving so fast, I'm getting conflicting data. But we will do the normal route this time. And then next time, I feel. See, this time RNG was not on my side. But I've still got plenty of turns. I've got till turn 13. And they can't move new troops out, so it's not in the world. Oh, they can, because I didn't block it. Ah, panic. Panic. I'll take a 2-to-1 on that now, because I'm getting a bit scared. You dig in like I give a crap. This turn I've got to take it. There we are. Then we wait, and then we push. So the reason why this took a bit longer is because the troops were too wedged in, but because I left that slot open, they could move a troop forward and then shift reinforcements into Sevastopol. So it cost me 1 mortar. Not the end of the world, but it's just something to take into account that it could be that one turn that potentially results in dismal failure. That's why I don't play classic or hard, also because I'm a filthy casual. And that ends the scenario. So if we take a look at our resources, we lost 22% of our steps. Again, not the end of the world. Minus 2% of remaining infantry losses. I don't know how that works, but hey ho. And none of our armour. So Grimm's Child. Win Trappenier and Storfang. For the offensive in the Kursk Peninsula and the subsequent assault on Sevastopol, German and Romanian forces employed artillery concentrations hitherto unseen in the theatre. The use of overwhelming firepower proved decisive, and after successful conclusion of operations in the Crimea, the Wehrmacht could issue the Crimean Shield to most of the veterans of the campaign. This is a unique decoration worn on the upper left sleeve. And there you go, a little more of that. Streaming 1080p. Should be streaming. Oh, so the reason why I can't stream in higher definitions is because I think you need to be a certain, certain level of streamer. You need like a certain number of subscribers and followers, so I can only stream in 720p. Of course, the videos will be higher resolution over time once it's processed, but the stream itself can only have a certain quality, because of course they can't be giving out 1080p 1920p to random plebs like me, you know, playing the mean Unity of Command game. So it's a bit of a YouTube situations. That's why I'm limited on what I can show you. I'm actually recording in 1920p, and once the stream is finished, it should go up to, you know, the best resolution I can have as the level of YouTuber I am. But it's limited by not only the level of recording, but also how how big you are, because of course you can't be having 1920p guys of people, you know, sleeping or going to the toilet or anything like that, because YouTube would crash financially. So that's why you've got the limitations in quality. Another point to note, if I do release a video early and it is a bit blurry in that, it's because it hasn't finished processing. So I record in 1920p, but the initially when it goes public, it will be in the lowest resolution, and as the video stays on the system, it will go up in resolution as the YouTube algorithm or YouTube starts to process it better. So if you've got a low quality video, then go away and come back later. I mean, I could technically wait until it's finished, but I'm a lazy boy and I don't want to be paying attention to my YouTube. It's like, this, as soon as it's finished processing, I'll just throw it out there. It's like, okay, it's done. Go. Get it off the system so I don't have to think about it. Badly recorded, don't care. Audio awful, like the Unity command tutorial, I recorded it, realised the audio was too strong. I was like, you know what, don't worry about it, let's put it on there, people will just have to listen really hard to what I'm saying. But hey ho. It always kicks me. I always hate it when I finish a recording for like a 4-hour recording. I check back on the quality and it's like, this is garbage. This is awful. I've wasted 4 hours of my life. Let's restart. I'm not going to redo it. It's like, out of principle, it will go on there and you will listen to bad quality audio. The same thing is I'm using a ghetto setup as well. So I've got my mic, my laptop and my iPad. My laptop I don't have headphones on, so I've got to turn down the noise gate on my microphone so that you don't hear echo, you don't hear the music playing in the mic. And so you end up with, I've actually got quite a good audio mic, but because it picks up too much noise, I've got to reduce what noise it picks up, so you end up with a lower quality voice. But it's really bad on Discord and that, when everyone has different voices and different volumes. It's like, please stop. This is why I don't stream Horror 4 very often, especially Horror 4 multiplayer, because the amount of echo that comes back kills me inside. But hey, you don't want to hear about my life problems, you want to continue Stalingrad. So the 2nd Kharkov, May 12, 1942. With partially replenished forces and new equipment, the Red Army launches an offensive to retake Kharkov. Stalin believes that a preemptive strike here will disrupt the expected German offensive aimed at Moscow. The attack will indeed come as a surprise to Germans, but it will hit in the area of the line where the Wehrmacht is already amassing forces to prepare for its great 1942 summer offensive aimed at the Caucasus, not Moscow. Got 9 turns, so it's probably going to be either an attritional mission or it's going to be a blitzkrieg mission. If you've got like a 17-turn scenario, the odds are it's going to be a long haul sort of scenario. Like Ukraine is a debate about existence. So OKH dispatch. Our forces have been caught off guard and are not ready to meet the oncoming Soviet offensive aimed at Kharkov. OKH recommends utilising a flexible defence in the Krasnogrov-Kharkov sector. Let the Red Army advance, and once the 17th Army and Kleist panzers are ready, launch an immediate counter-strike from the south. Note, you have fresh reserves in your HQ force pools, deploy them immediately and you'll have no preparation phase. I don't like it when the game does not give me prep phases, I'll be honest with you. So we have Kharkov in the north, Slavinsk in the south, and Belgorod in the north. Now, if we take a look, we see the enemy's got a supply system that is completely being held up by this rail line. So if I can punch across this rail line, I can arguably completely surround this bulge. And so this is where the main effort will go, into punching through Kaplunsk, just to like completely knock out this entire bulge here. This will hopefully starve their counterattack and mean an easy win for me. Now, in the south, I've got some panzer units in reserve. I've got everywhere supplied. And I've got the 6th Army with reinforcements. So to go along with the strategy, punch through will occur in the north. I think it's just because out of personal preference. There's the only reason why I don't have Fog of War. I just quite like, and I think it's just easier for me to look at the terrain, because how I plan my offensives is I will look at the terrain and look at the objectives and go, where is the place I can push that will keep me in supply the best? And so instead of us having like looking through this sort of rail line, I can see the full terrain without having to see this darkened area. So I can see pretty well that this is a city and go, okay, this is going to be harder to push. I can see this is a rail line really easily, and so I know it's a good way to push down here. And I know that this is all plains, and so it's going to be a rather difficult area to push. Whereas, of course, if I've got the Fog of War on, I may not pick up, say, a forest, or I may not pick up a bridge as easily as if I did this. And generally speaking, most scenarios is break through the initial defence, push through the rail lines, come across a defensive unit, so you can generally expect where the enemy defensive troops are going to be without needing to use a Fog of War. Oh yeah, I've got to do this. So let's upgrade our German panzers. Because these guys are going to be our main thrust, these guys are going to be well equipped. Let me undo that. Give these guys a pioneer and this fellow. and then take a look at our 17th Army down south. So we've got German army over here, German army over here. I always go with more steps at the expense of prestige because it gives me more flexibility, meaning that I can stay in the fight for longer. I always upgrade my tanks first, because these are always the heavy hitter tools, with the exception being Moscow 41, where your tanks are hot garbage and you should never use them and feel ashamed if you do, unless of course you've got the guards tanks, in which case go nuts. And let's move up our HQs. Now HQ's fine there, and our HQ should be, we can't move it up this turn. So let's take a look. If I want to break through here, it's going to be a hard punch. I may even use my card here. Even though it should be a pretty easy scenario, I just want to make it sure it's as efficient as possible. No, 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 no. Oh. This is a risky strat. It's a very risky strat because they may counterattack. I'm going to move this unit in instead, and then move this unit over here. And move this troop up, and move this troop up. Actually counter that. So we're almost there for the encirclement of the bulge. I should be okay in the north. I'm going to entrench just in case. I'm going to entrench these units as well. And move to form a sort of a defensive barrier in the south over here. And now we can sort of take our time breaking through these positions. Let's try and form a coherent line just in case they try any meme strats. Or they try and break through and take the supply hub. I do think there are Russian panzers here somewhere. But you can see here already we've already started starving the enemy around this sector because we were able to take this position. Now if we can take this next supply hub, we effectively completely close down the bulge. So they've really only got one turn for offensive operations, and afterwards they will be completely paralysed. This was to be expected, not something I'm too worried about. They've only got one turn here. And then it's just going to be, they can move maybe for a bit, but they can't punch through. So. 1-to-1. Let's just do a suppression attack. And with that, the entire bulge is now completely cut off. And now they should only have one turn. See, they've got one turn of offensive capability and nothing else they can do to stop me. Should be able to get some reinforcements soon as well. Entrench here. Send some units to block. Maybe a slight issue there. But hey, there's not much I can do about it, so... The next step is to try and take this by turn 3. We also want Izium by turn 4, so I may cancel that. Sacrificial Lamb, you are going to sacrifice yourself to delay the enemy. As are you as well. Strong Soviet counterattack here. A very strong Soviet counterattack, but again, I'm not too worried just yet. You can see here they've already started to get weakened. A bit of a slight issue here. May have to blow my way back out. Now I can focus on this sector. There we go, there's a Logi bomb. That should be taken by turn 4. Emergency resupply. And start punching north. Let's trade 1-to-1. Bit of an odd one. We should be okay, he says. It's not scopium, it's not scopium. Copium, copium, copium. Perhaps I shouldn't have abandoned the northern defences. I should be able to get through and solidify that situation, but we will see. Yeah, that opens up that supply line again. Nice pocket. Says I should be taking prisoners, but I would rather not. How many prisoners have I already taken? 7. So I probably should just let these guys starve. Okay. No supply here. That's a bit of a problem. Wonder if I can put a supply hub down here. Yes, I can. This has to move over here. This has to move there. Let's do some bombing of this enemy tank. Now that we've taken these objectives, I'm tempted to withdraw the tanks over. Yes, yeah, so far so good, but we're doing okay. Doing okay. We're not doing too badly, but no worries, have a good one, and enjoy the rest of your day. Move this back, and this should work. This should work for us. Nice work, nice work. This may get counterattacked, but I doubt it. I may take Kharkov as well, but I doubt it. I doubt it, I doubt it, I doubt it. I'm coping, I'm coping, I'm coping. My troops are starving, my troops are starving. My troops are literally starving. I need to break these guys out. Beat these guys back. Begin massively withdrawing troops out of this sector. Should have undone that. That was not a good idea. Oh well. And this is why I could bomb the bridge to stop them crossing, but I don't think that was going to work in my favour. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. I could move the tanks up now to secure this sector. I'll undo that because that's still got one unit. I can't move this unit. I want to move the tanks up now to sort of re-secure. Now undo. Select this, move this up. Destroy this unit. Destroy this unit. And then bring this tank over here. This may get counterattacked, but it is what it is. Counter. Let's use forward. There we are. Now I can start taking prisoners. Which we have, so we can now close down these pockets. Nice work, nice work. Everyone run! Everyone gun it north! But hey, it is what it is. Trucks. Put a truck down here. We are going to lose some infantry squads if they do decide to counterattack. Didn't lose too badly there, actually. Oh, there we go, didn't lose too badly. But that's the end of the scenario. Not too bad. It was a bit of a stressful one. I perhaps should not have abandoned this front defended, because that allowed the Soviets to cross. Perhaps I should have just believed in what infantry I had down south to delay and hold. I perhaps didn't need to have move guys from the north. Really, it was a pretty easy affair. It was just a case of breaking across there, delaying until these guys starved, and then moving north and closing down the pocket. A pretty easy offensive. Didn't require too much effort. It's just another basic case of, use your tanks to break through, delay, and aim for the encirclements. And of course, those 2 tiles were the only thing stopping the Soviets being encircled, which meant if I could encircle them on the first turn, they only had 1 turn of offensive ability before they ran out of supply. So it was a pretty easy affair. So 2 out of 4 win the second Kharkov scenario. In terms of population, the modern-day Ukrainian city of Kharkiv was the largest Soviet city captured by the Germans. It would suffer terribly during the war, even by Eastern Front standards. No less than 4 major battles were centered on the city, which endured almost 2 years of brutal occupation. So if we look at our resources, we didn't lose a single specialist step, which is great. We lost 10% of our infantry, which isn't that bad because infantry is infantry, and we lost about 7% of our tanks, which is perfectly acceptable losses. With a lovely 650 prestige. So you have a lovely flying artillery asset, an extremely useful asset, and we're also going to buy a HE-1011 bomber because we've got 660 prestige, so we're living the dream right now, and so we'll buy that. We're not going to go for Opal Blitzes because I can generally live off the supply I have for most scenarios, and I can probably pick up some Opal Blitz cards. The thing we never really get is our air recon cards because I don't really need to see what's in front of me because I've got to push there regardless whether I want to or not. The only time I would really use air recon is if I'm trying to identify tanks in, say, Barbarossa to do tank battles, because how the tank sort of combat works is once you do begin fighting an enemy tank, you want to destroy it completely, because if it's allowed to resupply, then it will wear down your own tanks with using its own infantry and then counterattack and damage your tanks. And so what you sort of need to do is once you spot a tank, you hunt it down and wipe it out so that it doesn't have the ability that when it's used in conjunction with Soviet infantry to damage you. But in this case, we didn't really need to worry about any of that. So, Foul Blau, the Great Foul Blau, or Case Blue Offensive, June 28, 1942. Foul Blau, the code name for the German summer offensive in 1942, is divided into several phases. Phase 1 consists of a concentrated dash towards the city of Voronezh, followed by a hook arcing south along the Don. The Germans hope that these initial moves will confuse the Soviets while simultaneously setting the stage for Phase 2. So taking these objectives will improve your situation in further scenarios. Now, I always like to try and take these objectives because it just makes, generally speaking, most of the time, it makes your life easier. There's probably one exception to the rule, and that is victory in the West. If you take, I believe, the first defensive line, you end up with your tanks across a broken bridge. But most of the time, this can be the difference between success and failure. Foul Blau. So, your forces are assembled for the drive of Voronezh and the Upper Don. If you reach the city quickly, it should be slightly held or lightly held and ripe for bridging or assault crossings, turn 5 at the latest. Be warned that recently arrived Hungarian troops appear woefully short of transport, training and equipment. Furthermore, the new Soviet tank corps should not be underestimated. They are relatively green and short of organic support troops, but the Reds are learning and fielding even more T-34s. So we have Voronezh over here, which if we take, we can of course get a delicious extra bonus points. We have Rozol down in the southeast, and we have Ostrov, or whatever that is. We need to take this by turn 7, Voronezh by turn 7, Stary Osko by turn 6, and Lezk by turn 6. So most of these have to be taken by turn 6. So what my idea will be, if we take a look at our supplies, most of our tanks are in the north, that's understandable. I'm probably going to try and break down along this route and push over to Voronezh this way. This will mean I will have to put down supply hubs, and I'm going to need to probably push down the south as well with the infantry to eventually move up my resources. Now I wonder where these tanks are going to spawn. Down here, so really the tanks that spawn down here will be our punch out from the north. Now if we take a look at our armor, you can see a lot of these don't have a lot of specialist steps. So the main effort will be initially giving these guys specialist steps. So give them some pioneers, give them some stuggies, stug Fs, les, give me a Marder 2. And we'll give one of these guys a flank. For our south, we are gonna upgrade these units a little bit. Give them a couple of layers as well, just so they have an ability to break through, and we're not just waiting around. And over here, we'll just give these guys whatever. There you go. That's all our points used. We could use the last 80 prestige, but just in case we don't, just in case we're not going to bother. So enemy supply lines, we can see we have a supply line going down here and a supply line there. So if we can, we want to pincher and take this supply hub and this supply hub, and hopefully, or these routes, these rail routes, and that should hopefully starve the Soviets. From there, we can hopefully do a mad dash to our final objectives. Make sure we haven't got any reinforcements we can issue with the troops. And then let's put down our supply hub. So we'll take rid of this and get rid of this. And go one turn without supply for these guys. And punch these up to level 6. We should be in a pretty healthy spot. Now they've got a destroyed bridge there, which may prove a bit of a nightmare. So we're going to move this further forward. I'm going to move our Panzer IV further forward, as close as we can push them, and see what happens. So, because we're going to go big before we go home, we're going to use both our cards, and we can see where the enemy is going to set their reinforcements down over here. And by turn 5 over here, so we're going to see some enemy tanks in the north. One to 2, 0 to 2. Let us go big. That is bad. Very, very bad. And then we'll see what we can do down south with what resources we have there. Nice little suppression attack. Can't push through here anymore, so that's a bit of a dud. Any reinforcements by turn 2? Nothing yet. And so we're sort of stalled in this sector, which is not the end of the world, but hey ho. Yeah, yeah. This guy can move forward up north like that. Damn, that's a cheeky artillery strike. We can manage this quite easily. Not dead. The enemy tanks shouldn't prove a problem. One to two. Striking this. And then we'll see what we can do with these tanks. So, can we just knock these tanks out without using our infantry? Sort of. Gun it, Chewie. High risk, low reward this is. Okay, second thought, we aren't moving to cross this bridge, we are moving to cross the bridge to the north instead. How's the supply? Not bad. How's the supply? Pretty bad up here. But I don't care. We are gunning for the Don. The Don or bust. Okay. Bit of a high risk strat, but hey ho. Don or bust, that's the answer. Now we've pushed over here, we no longer really need to maintain our defensive lines here. I need to push these guys off. I'm not going to have that supplied anyway, so there's no point doing it. Undo, 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 because that supply hub should not have gone there. Now it should go there. I can go one turn without supply for these guys. In the meantime, we've got to keep on panzer pushing. Good, workable, achievable, logical. We'll get cut off, but I should be fine on the push north. That tank is dug in, we'll push him off next turn. Shall we go big? Yeah, let's go big. And then we can hopefully get to this supply line now. Did I move my... I don't think I did. Oh no, you attacked me. Trying to break out. Managed to resupply. Wear this tank down. Undo move. Set this up here. I think we'll be able to reach. Yeah, be able to reach. They will cut this off with that annoying position there, but nothing I can't handle. Oh, let's go around. Undo. I will just go round you. Maybe a bit of a cheeky decision here to abandon my push on there, but we will see how well that works out for us. This halts the advance on the Don rather badly. Very badly, in fact. Can't cross it. I don't have enough supply for that. I suppose I could take Starioskol, but it's not really the main priority at the moment. Main priority is the constant punch down south. Oh, I screwed up there. What I should have done is move to link up. But that HQ is in the way, so I can't really link up if I wanted to. I'm doing a lot of high risk moves that aren't paying off. I don't think taking Rennes is worth the amount of troops I'm losing. In the process of trying to take it. Why won't you build a bridge to cross? Yeah, it wasn't really worth. This is a reset, really. I mean, I'll see if I can take the objectives, but the amount of troops I've lost in the process of attempting to do this. I feel like Varennes is perhaps a little bit of a bait trap. It should not be taken. Yeah, mistakes were made. If I'd known that there'd be that many tanks, I would not have attempted such a push. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. I'm not insane. I'm not doing that. Rennes is bait. I know I could probably, if I've tried hard enough, get through. It's not worth the loss of life. Undo, you've already got pioneers. Stuggy. Okay, so what do I think? So I think this time, now we know what the strategic situation is. We don't punch for this bridge, we punch for the northern bridge and then aim to link up. And then from there push over to Vanesh. That's what I think. So one of these is what, 40 prestige? So taking Ostrov will pay that back. And it's just flying artillery is another 40. So 2, 4, 6, 160. I would make a recoup back if I decided to take all these objectives. Use one of these. High risk, good reward. But that literally just gets me over. Now undo. Use this to get around the zone of control. I'm going to bring this infantry down south so they can fill up this line here. And then these guys can just do what they always do best, which is just a standard breakthrough from the north. Nice. Good. And this time will just be a link up. We won't push to the Don until turn 6 anyway. For alt assets are the killing enemy tanks, and that way we'll avoid the situation we had earlier with the enemy tanks are slowly picking us off bit by bit. Because now I'm no longer worrying about the Rennes, I can just focus on knocking out those tanks piece by piece. Two, 5, 2, 2, 2. Link up is done. I can now move these troops down further south. Start pushing the infantry through. And begin that push down to the south. Where's my Panzer IV? There we are. Panzer IV HQ move forward. The circlement is made. Tanks have been contained. We can now move forward. Call in our new Jaegers. Or don't. Call in our new Panzers. I've got to chase down that enemy tank. Because if you don't, you will die. Bam. Tank has been blocked. So I can put that Panzer IV down again. No. Put our supply hub down. Get rid of this supply hub. And just keep rationing it that way. Better. A lot better. Definitely a lot better. Those tanks have to be broken quite quickly so I can link up, otherwise we're going to have problems. We're going to have some big old problems. Didn't I put supply hub down here for you guys? It's not. Resupply. Oh, that's because of this guy. This guy needs to be shifted off the position. I wonder if I can bring reinforcements in, see how well they would do shifting these guys off. Not very well. Well, focus on seeing what we can do with these tanks first. And there we are, contained. How's the resources doing here? Badly. Because we need to push these guys off. And there we are. And now we can put down a supply hub. We'll move our infantry down to contain. Put down our new reserves. Like so. Let's move that over here so it's got some flexibility. Good. Not the worst, not the best, but it's a pretty solid push. Now, if we just break through along this route, we can just completely circumvent around the enemy and not have to worry too much about supply issues. The tanks are the worst, so the tanks have to go first. The tanks are the largest threat. Good. And we can just wipe out these units. Get rid of that supply crater we no longer need. And then put it down over here somewhere. Equally, we no longer need this supply hub anymore either. Now, these cavalry units can be pretty disgusting, so we do have to be a bit careful on them. Undo, because we made a mistake here. Mistake that may cost us if we're not careful. There we are. Now we're good. Good. Much a slower pace and circlement than I had expected. It wasn't just a yeet strat. I actually had to sort of pay some degree of attention. 6th Army, move 6th Army forward. These panzers are going to be out of supply next turn, so we're going to make sure 6th Army is nearby. We knew that was a risk. That's why we've got the tanks up there. We're not just pushing down like lunatics. So let's take a look. What can we do down here? First things first, let's get rid of this. Let's emergency resupply this. And then let's move on down with our tanks. Undo. So this has got an attack of 6, it's got an attack of 8. This should be moving further down, this should be there to contain. We should put down a resource node over here. And then we can focus on fighting back the enemy tank. Good. Contained. Right, let's do a pin attack. Last work. Call off our supply hub over here. hopefully cross next turn. En route units, let's get this bad boy up. I believe in the push. This time, yeah, so I misunderstood the scenario. The scenario is a bit more methodical, aiming at wiping out tanks and tank battles rather than just yeeting forward like a potato. Okay, so this should be ripe for the taking now. Which it is. Got myself a free theatre asset. Should be able to cross here without any issues. Focus on targeting these tanks. Pity I couldn't take the Rennes, but hey ho. Good, contained. It's taken. Our tanks can now move around with a bit of a high risk situation. So Alexeyev by turn 6. I don't think I'm going to pull that off unless I use the last of... Not bad, not bad. Workable, workable. That's alright, you upgrade. Upgrade me up, daddy. Of course, again, it is using the extra artillery piece, but I probably didn't need it for this scenario, but I just wanted to get maximum points. But then again, you act differently when you know you've got a reserve of an airstrike weapon, so it's swings and roundabouts whether or not you can interpret this as a fair win. Which I would not, because I had a load of pioneers given to me free, the privilege of losing and surrendering. Anyway, objective contained. That has no supply. Should be fine for one turn though. We should be able to take Rennes and have lots of points to spare. This is a deceptive scenario. This is where it sort of, what do you call it, subverts your expectations on what you expect from the scenario, which is very interesting. There we go, Rennes taken. I can now withdraw from the Don. Move this unit over here. Do some bombardments. 1 to 1, 1 to 2. Take the 1 to 2. And achieve victory. So, what would I say? So this scenario, it misleads you. If you go into this thinking this is a barb one, this is where it really takes the rug out of your cells, because again, it gives you the illusion that it's a barb push, a YOLO rush along the rail lines to get to this objective as quickly as possible. But then it sort of pulls the rug out of your feet with these good tanked deployments. As you can see, a lot of those tank battles would have been 1 to 1 unless I'd used the air superiority, or 0 to 1 or 0 to 2, and that means that you actually have to fight pitched battles with the enemy tanks. You can't just ignore them or go around them or refuse to combat them. And because the tanks are much better, they can do a lot more damage sooner than they would normally do in Barbarossa. So this leads to a situation where you want to push across the Don and cross Rennes, but in order to do so, you run the risk of completely being overrun and your units being completely mauled. So that's the case of a much more methodical approach where you open up, where you push across, withdraw across, form a nice defensive line, and counterattack any panzers you see in the north, while at the same time ignoring the defensive panzers in the south and moving around to take Roseau and Ostrov. It's a very interesting one, a very good one. Again, you've got the good old-fashioned Barbarossa encirclement, but you've also got the caveat of you are going to be interfered a lot more in attempting to do your Eben Barbarossa, your Eben encirclement. So it's a very fun level. So what we're doing here is we're taking this Hungarian infantry and we're going to try and get some experience with them. And then of course we can move forward and move forward. Let's get some experience with these units. Because I believe experience improves your situation. Yeah, so when in supply, the unit recovers 3 steps per turn, 2 in mountains when out of supply. Okay, and let's go on, of course. Experience. Okay. But generally speaking, I believe veterancy just makes your units better in combat and resupply and so on. So it's important that you don't, that with your bad units like the Romanians, when you have scenarios, when you have Dust Romanians or Dust Hungarians, that you do try and train them up while preserving their unit integrity, so they have got some degree of use in combat. For example, in the previous DLC, Barbarossa DLC, if you just throw away your Romanians or don't train them up, when they get to Sevastopol or when they get to Odessa, they're going to really struggle to make any sort of progress because they're just going to be completely green and ineffective. Now, I don't really understand the logic in taking prisoners, especially once the battle is won. Yeah, this gives you fog of war, so really you can ignore prisoners unless there's a sort of DLC bonus. Well, it's sort of an objective bonus to take prisoners. But quite a challenging level, but it has a methodical system to it. You know, it's got a process. Victoire! Okay, Foul Blau 2. After some spectacular initial successes, Foul Blau quickly ran into problems. Large parts of the 4th Panzer Army got involved in heavy defensive fighting near Rennes as its supporting infantry lagged behind. Regardless, Phase 2 of Blau is set in motion as planned. German Army Group A unleashes its 1st Panzer Army while 4th Panzer continues its drive into the Soviet rear as best it can. Taking this objective will improve your starting situation in future scenarios. To force the Sau River. So Phase 2 of Foul Blau is ready to commence. 4th Panzer Army should continue its drive southward while simultaneously securing the Don River. Delays caused by the fight near Rennes will stretch 4th Panzer to its limits during this operation. Meanwhile, 1st Panzer Army is ordered to drive on Strubsk and subsequently attempt to link up with the 4th, thus trapping several Soviet armies. The rest of your forces should keep a steady pace and mop up the Red Army pockets left behind before finally moving in on Rostov. Note that initial advances through Voshgrad is not advised. So we take a look at the different objectives. So up the north, because we secured Rennes, we've got our panzers further towards the flanks of the enemy, which is rather useful. Now, we need to secure the Dons because that's important for our supply lines. But it's a question of what we use to secure those Don crossings. So generally speaking, we'll use infantry to contain, use that tank to break across, and then keep pushing further south. In the south, with the dreaded Romanians and Hungarians and Slovaks and this Italians, the sort of coalition of we have got a push to Stalingrad, which is not recommended apparently, and we have Rostov here. So if we want to force the Sau River, we need to push very roughly and very hard from the north and from this sector. We've also got a lot of panzer units, which is good in the south, and we've got some panzer units in the north, along with some reinforcements on the way. Enemy logistics. We have this bridge line effectively feeding most of the army over here, although this supply hub could also feed that objective. And we have, of course, this rail line here. So because most of our objectives are in the south, we could potentially arguably afford to wipe out this area, with bombers or logistics bombers, and starve this entire sector. Alternatively, we could try and push across standardly along these, but I don't think we're going to get much progress to Rostov initially until our tanks turn up. And we could, again, do a general push from the north if we can break through. So as most of our panzers will be doing most of the pushing in the northern sector, it's imperative that we get this as close as possible. Alas, we did not get the 4th Panzer Regiment as close as possible to our head panzers, and so we cannot really use them for what we want them for. So instead, we will potentially upgrade our panzer units in the south with 1st Panzer. Not a lot of good logistics here, rather bad logistics almost. We'll get rid of these. Oh, I can't because they're Italian stallion specialized steps and not my steps I want for the Germans. We have some pretty good steps over here, which isn't too bad, but see here, this is really badly damaged from the 6th Army. This will be immediately upgraded. There we are, max strength. And we've got 12 turns to do it. So take this by turn 6, take this by turn 9, secure the Don, secure the Don, secure the Don. So whatever we've got will be initially Don securing while punching through from the south as well. Now let's take a look at what supply hubs I can choose to get rid of. I can get rid of this one pretty easily. I can't want to get rid of this one. Actually, I can. I just have to choose not to fight in those areas. And I can get rid of this one as well. This means we can really pump up our supply in this sector. Keep one in reserve and see how this gets us. Already off to a bad start. Secure the Don River by turn 3. We can do that with this tank unit. We can do this with our infantry over here. We can use this infantry to secure to prevent crossings from the north. We will be 1 turn out of supply in this sector, but when we do get inevitably encircled, but hey ho, it is what it is. 2 to 1, not really worth it. Undo. I can't use your special abilities anyway, I don't think. No, because you're starving, so let's bring this forward. We also get a cheeky tank encirclement on our right. So bear that in mind. Well, there's a lack of supply. Okay, let's move this north. Move this along here. And try our punch through. I am going to do an initial punch through for Stalingrad because even though the game says, well, don't do that. Don't do that, Ree. Why are you doing that? I'm going to do it anyway because the game can't tell me what to do. Any sort of progress we could make down now. Rostov is just blocked completely. Goodbye, Rostov. You're not worth the time or the effort. Let's start shifting infantry down over here as well. Reinforcements soon, comrade. I'm going to do some cheeky stuff here. I'm seeing opportunity. A big, gaping load of opportunity. So that tank is a problem that needs to be contained. Can you be destroyed without me wasting resources on you? Not really. The answer to that is not really. 2 to 1, 3 to 0, 1 to 1, 1 to 1. Where's the reinforcements coming? Over here. There we are, the boogie bus is here. Run a bit of a risk here as well. Run a risk of tank encirclement. Anyway, precision bombing. Why are we using precision bombing? Because I see potential. See this entire supply line? If we can just blow up that road there, this entire front now starves. Good, that's contained. Now we can hopefully keep on breaking through. No retreat my ass. No retreat my ass. Move this over here, move this back. Move this over here. Oh, you actually did mean no retreat, okay. Okay, big boy. Undo. 1-to-1 with a light tank, not really worth it. I've got supply, I'm just going to keep on pushing towards Stalingrad. The enemy will not have supply soon, which is great for me. We can afford to go 1-to-1. And bring up the Panzer IVs. It's important that you do hold the ridges because those tanks will come across to ruin you. I can continue the offensive regardless of my supply issues on that center attack. Because, he says, these guys are only partially unsupplied. So I can just attack this. There we are. Secured river. And then either push, keep pushing down south. I'm going to keep pushing down south. With the help of artillery. Nope. That was costly and achieved nothing. Let's bring this over here to contain. Bring this over here. These guys apparently lack supply still. Interesting. Regardless, we need to keep on punching through. Once again, destroy that river. Just keep on starving them so they can't do anything. Look, they can go one turn without supply there. Just keep starving them. Sometimes it is just a case of how am I finding? So the campaign, I had some great difficulty with the previous scenario because I misread it. I thought it was a case of YOLO pushing. Unfortunately, it was not a case of YOLO pushing. It was in fact a case of holding the line and gradually progressing. And in consequence, that sort of cost me a bit. It took me a while to redo, but altogether, it's a pretty enjoyable scenario so far. It's a bit more of a slower slog than compared to Barbarossa. Barbarossa is a bit more of a. There's a few sloggy missions on Barbarossa, but most of the time it's, you know, how quick can you get to A to B before you die. Whereas in this, it's a bit more it's a bit more methodical. That's going to be a problem. If this guy decides, no, he can't cross. But yeah, so far I'm very much enjoying the scenarios, which is pretty fun. It's a nice... I like how the developers can somehow manage to make each scenario or each DLC feel a bit different, rather than this be the same, you know, sort of process. I can see doing, you know, the developers put a lot of effort into making that sort of character to it. Not very nice, that attack, but hey. Exactly, it's the tank cores. That's what I mentioned earlier, is that the tank cores, you actually if you fight in a pitched battle with these tank cores, you will actually lose tanks, and so you can't just ignore them. You could sort of ignore the tanks and Barbaros to an extent. As long as there wasn't a horde of infantry to saturate you, you could ignore the light tank cores. Whereas if you ignore the tank cores in this DLC, they will maul your infantry and just wipe up your line, so you've got to fight back. You can't just let them, you can't just ignore them and just like contain them. You've got to actually really put everything in just to hold back the horde. So before we do this, we need to check to see what enemies are on this position. Sort of enemies that really screw me up. Secure the Dom by turn 4. I'm not going to secure the Dom by turn 4. Bit of a pain, but oh well. I would like that extra bit of supply. I would also like this infantry not to be so crappy and dead, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers. But so what we did here was a bit of a cheeky maneuver. So I noticed when I was pushing that we'd secured this road very quickly. And then there was only one route in the south, a bridge that supplied the entire southern front. This meant that if I used my logistics card to blow this bridge, I would effectively just starve the entire front. Sure, they keep on repairing it, but because I've got 3 of them, I can destroy them each turn. And as long as I keep pushing forward, by the time it gets to turn 3, most of these guys will be starved to death. And this is why you see here this entire front has now collapsed. They were trying to withdraw Russian troops back, as you can see with the intel, but because this bridge is now blown, they can no longer do that, and I have just achieved success. At the cost of some panzers, which is a bit of a nightmare, but I can't really do much about that. It's just a bit of RNG. So from this, we just keep pushing down. Keep pushing down with the boys. That's why I tend to advise to hold your cards for a specific situation. Don't just use them straight away, because it may end up being that your cards are useful for a specific situation that evolves with the mission. Yeah. So on one hand, it doesn't recommend doing that push because of the panzer losses, but really I've only lost 2, maybe 3 steps, probably about 2 steps. But by pushing Volosgrad, I take that one bridge, and using that card, I just destroy the entire Soviet center front, and that prevents them withdrawing. You can see they're attempting to withdraw now using, well, there's no more bridges to cross, so they're going to try and withdraw over here, but they just can't do it. So I still believe as long as you've got the cards for it, a push in the center is worth the risk. Because now I just get free XP. Let's get a free farm. Yeah, good old free farm. Although this Panzer unit is very weak right now, which is a bit of a nightmare. Trucks are available, but I don't need them, so yeah, let's put that truck down here. It's pushing north from Strubletsk. Let's take a look at Strubletsk. Yeah, so I wanted to do it a bit sooner. That's why I wanted to do it a bit sooner. So I didn't. I had time to complete the objectives by turn 6 and turn 9. That's probably why I did it a bit earlier. Because I'm just gunning for prestige right now. The main effort is just the prestige gun, so I can use it for the later scenario. But yeah, you're right. I could have pushed there and pushed just Strubletsk instead, and got that encirclement as well. So you are right. That would have been a more potential for success. That could have been achieved. I was just a bit concerned with the amount of troops withdrawing. And I was constantly getting disrupted by, I'll show you in a second. Actually, I'll show you now if I can. But I was constantly being disrupted up here by tanks and infantry. And so I was a bit concerned that if I didn't starve them sooner rather than later, my entire frontal push would stall because of the bad men. So now we gun it. We should be able to take the Sal by 9, turn 9, if we just gun it. Exactly, and because the AI tends to act differently per scenario, depending on where you move your troops now, it's not just some scripted. Yeah, they are scripted to attack certain things, but generally speaking, the AI won't make the same moves if you make the same moves. So if I repeated the same process, if I restarted this and moved the units exactly the same way as I did in the first attempt, the AI would act differently. That means you've always got that sort of replayability. Like sometimes the AI will do things that will work in your favor, and other times they will just completely butcher you awfully because of just general bad luck. So that's what really makes Unity Command very special, is that sort of ability to play the same thing but have a different outcome each time. So the reason why we're pushing towards Morozhsk first is because we want to take these so we can force the Sal River. We can also take Milovno by turn 6, but I want to secure the Don 3 by turn 6 as well. So I'm going to contain this, bomb this. We should be able to take that by turn 6. So if we move our infantry to secure, I actually move this tank unit because it's a dead duck anyway. Knock this out. And then these tanks can move down south to secure Rostov. Can I take Rostov by turn... Oh, I can take it by turn 9. I've got plenty of time on the clock. I've got plenty of time on the clock. And that should be enough to pay my way. Yeah, so the reason why I acted a bit more quickly was because I was being pushed on the north by tanks and that. And each time they crossed, I would starve a turn, which was just slowing down my offensive. It's probably one of the main reasons why I couldn't take the Don River, because of that Panzer push, or that Russian tank push that just kept on interfering with me. I didn't really have any good or upgraded troops to counter that. But now we can just begin to push in the south, which is great. Secure the dome by turn 6, secure Mozilsk by turn 6. By turn 9, yeah, all of this is achievable. I'll send one tank in the north, I'll send one tank in the south. Yeah, we're pretty good right now. How's the supply? Let's redo. Let's bring the supply over here. So I can resupply these with emergency resupply if I have to. Can I close you down? Yeah, I can. We're good. Because I need to pump it so I can move down to the south. But I need to pump it. A bit of a nightmare. Should still be able to push these guys off. Should still be able to push these bad boys off. We have a little bit of TLC. Wow. Okay. It's a 1-to-1. That's a 2-to-1. So it wants me to take Mozilsk now. So if we do a bit of an emergency resupply. Yeah, made it. Made it. Good, we got a bit lucky there. So let's hope. Damn it. Damn it. Bit of a nightmare. We are going to lose 10 points of prestige because we didn't take it in that turn, but hey ho. Sometimes it be that way. Yeah, a bit RNG in the air attacks. But sometimes it works both ways, so I can't complain too much. Sometimes I get a good air attack, and sometimes, you know, and it's like complete when I shouldn't win, and sometimes I get a really bad air attack. This just screws me over and completely ends the scenario. It's just that extra bit of RNG which makes each scenario a bit different and makes it a bit more replayable. You do need. For games like this, if you want replayability, you do need a strong degree of RNG. I can deploy more tanks. Is this even worth doing? Probably not worth doing, but we'll do it anyway. Oh boy, I sure can't wait to try and break this. SS Viking, very good unit. Really good unit. Don't know why they're so good, but they just are. If you see a camouflage truck, you're generally going to have a good time as the Germans. You see a little camouflage truck, you think, ah, okay, this means that. So that's what also I quite like about the game, is that you don't need to like click on every unit to think, okay, which of my units are the good ones or the bad ones. You can visually see it. Okay, light tank, it'll be okay, but not good against enemy tanks. Ah, medium tank, that's going to be pretty good. Ah, camouflage tank, this is going to be godly and kill everything. So you can visually sort of plan what you're doing without having to click on every unit and going, which tank has the greatest attack? Which of course you are free to do at the cost of your own sanity. They have an additional attack compared to normal green motorized. Yeah, I tend to find green motorized doesn't do very well unless that's a particular, unless it's a very high level or has very well equipped pioneers or AT. And sometimes it can be a bit RNG on whether or not it works or not. Whereas with these bad boys, you just know that once you upgrade them, they're just good to go. They're fast, they're efficient. They can normally do, beat tanks and hold their own as well. So you're not going to be worried too badly. Whereas with this, I would probably have to use, with a standard motorized, I probably would have to use air attack to soften the tank before I could push it. Whereas I got sort of a Viking or an SS unit, I can, generally speaking, push without the risk of getting too badly slapped without having to soften the enemy first. Let's undo that. We need to contain this bad boy. That tank made a cheeky move to try and cut off a Milanovo, but I couldn't care less because I've got the supply line open. You're going to fall back, manage to resupply, move over, move in. There we are. I tend to try and keep weak units over here because they're big forwards, they can't cross as long as you hold the bridges, so you can just go nuts. Wow, you guys are starving. Let's make sure you guys don't starve. They want me to take this by turn 9. I can probably achieve that. But I want to push Rostov first. Rostov is a greater priority because there's greater points to be had rather than the alternative. I believe I can abandon the Sour River, especially if I blow this up. So if I just do a little look over here, let's just blow this up. And now I can abandon this position without worrying too much about any of the enemy retaking it. Sometimes the Russians will send tanks down to secure the Sour River. Like, I've seen it happen, and it's like, bruh, why have you done this? Nothing hurts more than abandoning a position and then retaking it. So with the destroying of the bridges, I may not be able to take the next bonus objective. Let's have to see. I'll just have to wait and see. So I've beaten it on, I believe, medium difficulty, and I beat the alt history scenario on easy. I generally play these on easy because I'm a filthy casual, but I do admit the base Stalingrad DLC is a heckin' chunky nightmare Reno. And Moscow 41 I play on easy. It's a very easy... Yeah, Moscow 41 is a very easy scenario, but it's just not fun, easy DLC, but it's just simply not fun to play. Like, you will not have a fun time playing. That's like, the objective, you have 17 turns to take objectives that are literally like 3 tiles away from you, but in order to do so, you will throw your troops away like cannon fodder. And it's just not a fun experience, but it's very educational. It shows you really just the extent of the Russian counterattacks in 41. So on the one hand, I like it because it recreates how the Russians counterattacked. On the other, I hate it because it's just meat grind. It's just, let's see how many troops we can throw at it. Moscow, Like, you literally just have to throw troops at the enemy. Oh no. No, 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 no. It's not the end of the world. I should just redo this scenario. I should just redo this scenario. I'm coping, I'm coping, I'm mad, I'm coping, I'm coping. I'm redoing the scenario. But no, you literally just throw troops at the problem. You just throw troops at the problem, and then the tanks butcher your troops, get de-oiled, and then you counterattack. I hate Moscow 41. There's no finesse. It's just how many troops can you throw at the enemy before the enemy gets suppressed? I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It hurts my soul. Barbarossa I enjoy, but Barbarossa I find quite difficult because you start off with very good units, but as time goes on you run out of resources, so it's very easy to get soft locked. I think Stalingrad is also pretty close to the same as well. See, how I play Moscow 41 is I use the Katyushas to suppress, and then once they suppress, I attack in those sectors. And then I tend to just, because I've got so many troops, just move them across the line and encircle the Germans just by sheer numbers. And of course, every battle I lose, but because I'm constantly moving forward and threatening the supplies and the flanks, the German counterattacks sort of fail. But then again, I play on easy, so I've got all the resources on what do you call it, on Moscow 41, so I can afford to just discard troops. But I don't enjoy Moscow 41. I like Barbarossa. Blitzkrieg I enjoy, but Sickle Stroke is the bane in my existence. Like Sickle Stroke is awful. That is the gatekeeping. It's fun. Like Sickle Stroke is fun, but it is the gatekeeping level. Like in a lot of these DLCs or campaigns, there's that one level that acts as sort of a skill check to see have you done well enough up until that point to survive. Whereas, like for example, I think it's Rush to. I think in Victory in the West, it's rush across France or something like that, where if you haven't done well enough, you'll get bogged down and slowed down, and you won't be able to reach your objectives in time. In Blitzkrieg, it's Sickle Stroke, where if your tanks have been too badly battered or inexperienced, or you don't have the trucks, or you don't have the extra points, you can get really slowed down and screwed up. In Barbarossa, it's Ukraine, so if your tanks have been really badly battered until Ukraine, then you won't be able to conduct encirclements and you will be counterattacked. And Stalingrad, I'm not sure which sort of levels, but that's why you see me doing these re-levels, because you will get to a certain skill check level that will decide whether or not you succeed or you fail. You can have pioneers. Edelweiss. Is that the encirclement one? I think I mean that. Is that why all your tanks are encircled and you've got like air supply, or is that the alt history one? There's one where you've got like your tanks encircled and one of your bonus objectives is to get one of the tanks out. And what I did is I just sent one of my motorized off on a suicide mission, basically, to destroy and invade the enemy supply lines so they couldn't move their troops forward and they died, and use the air supply just to keep them supplied while I've got the rest of my troops out. But yeah, there are some really disgusting scenarios in Stalingrad. Like, you will be battered. Oh yeah, that's Gotterwalk. That's right, Gotterwalk. Gotterwalk, because I just cheese Gotterwalk. It's like, okay, motorized, go destroy the Soviet supply lines. An entire northern Soviet front collapsed because they ran out of supply. I didn't retreat them, I just pushed them forward, and I was like, okay, get the rest of the tanks out, and I did that pretty well. But hey, what was I doing here? Of course, it run the risk, but luckily that motor survived because, funnily enough, I completed the level and completed all the objectives before the enemy had the chance to wipe out that motorized unit. So I'm counting that as a win. Okay. Good. Let's close down supplies we're not going to use. Like this one. Like this one. And like... we're using this one. Like this one. But I just found that funny because it was like, this is how the game wants you to play. The same with the Marif Lion. Marif Lion they want you to flank around. So that's in the Desert Vastio series. They want you to flank round and flank the Marif line, but because my units are so battered and weren't capable of breaking through, I just threw everything I had in the northern tip of the Marif line, took the supply the rail line, and just starved the entire German army. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, maybe that's historical, maybe it's not, but that was amusing to me. Undo, move this unit up, move this unit along, contain. I thought I was doing 0-1 trades. Oh yeah, this is a 1-1 trade. This is a 1-1 trade. So first thing first, try and break through here. Failed dismally. Break through here or break through here? Oh, first things first. Lodgy bomb. See, that's the RNG I want. Why can't RNG be more like that? And then bomb this. See how this push goes down and south. YOLO! Yeah, so this is the underlying issue here. So this supply hub may be a problem, but I hope that this cavalry is hard scripted not to cross. It may cross if it's got a bridge open, but I don't think it will cross if I, what's the phrase? If I've got a guy guarding the bridgehead. So I'm taking a bit of a risk there, but I believe. That's the wrong way, is it? Is it the wrong way? No, it's not. I can retreat this unit back over as well. If not, then it'll probably be another hard restart. Can't move these troops. This troop has to be moved there. This has to get bombed and lose horribly. There we are. This is the thing that was upsetting me by the fact that I couldn't stop this encirclement. But by bombing this early, they only get like 2 turns or 1 turn of being a nightmare, so I can keep on punching through. Trucks available, but I don't need them. Yeah, I don't need them. Don't need them, don't want them. Apart from this one. There we are. I believe. I believe! No, I don't believe. A slight problem. It's only a slight problem. I can fix this. I've got reserves. I've got reserves. You see, you doubted me. But it's all according to my master plan. All according to my Kekaku. So now what we can do now... Let's get stuck trying to... Yeah, believe! Believe! Okay. Steiner's counterattack will succeed. So keep punching south here. Let's see what reinforcements we've got coming up. 1 reinforcement. 2 reinforcement. 3 reinforcement. Panzer IV needs to move forward. The 6 AOK needs to move forward and be resupplied. We can hit this and hopefully bait the Soviet tanks into attacking this area rather than moving this way. So we can bomb this and move forward, or we can bomb this and move forward. What we got? Garbage. Garbage. Some would say that was a waste. I would agree. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Where does it want me to put trucks down? This is fine, this is fine. These guys can starve 1 turn. These guys can't really starve 1 turn. Move off, move off. Move off. These guys can't starve 1 turn. These guys can't. Good. Yeah, exactly. 4 spare. It's all according to my plan. The reason why I'm not using those 4 yet is because I want to use them for like big punches. So sometimes I want to send my tanks as rolling as far as I can. And that will sometimes require me to have a large supply hub. So rather than waiting 1 turn so I can close down supply elsewhere, I can just go dump 4 down, roll like you've never rolled before. This is really pissing me off. Yeah, so this needs to go now. There we are. Thank you. And the game crashed because I moved too quickly. Because I moved too quickly. Who sent me a message? Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's reload. It's only happened because I'm moving my troops too quickly. That's the only reason why. I think I maybe have to refresh and install, but it's just because I'm just moving. Like you see, I'm moving before the game has finished processing the current thing that is happening. I'm clicking too fast and too hard. Okay, where were we? Alright, we were trying to clap these guys back into going away. And the game crashed again because I clicked too fast and too hard. It tends to happen more often when there's like a HQ on there or prisoners on there. It's not the end of the world because I can quite easily just, you know, carry on, but it's one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes it acts like a good pause from the nightmare. So now if I do it nice and slowly, if I let the game think for a second, hopefully, fingers crossed, we will get the solution to our problems. So, attack. Bomb. Attack. Move. See, if I do it slowly, no problems. No problems, comrade. But do it too fast, you're in for the pain train. High risk, low reward. That's the what I like to do. Okay, that's not too low, not too high risk. And then blow this bridge one more time, and that will lead to the complete starvation of this front. And I can just push through to my heart's content. Why are you starving? Here, have an emergency supply. But sometimes you do get a bit of a bug where the lines disappear. Once I attack, the lines should reappear. But it's just one of those things. There you go. The return of the lines. You guys shouldn't have starved. I'll put you guys off. There we are. You can move over here, actually. So they're secured, I can keep on punching forward. Well within my time frame, but again, we had the cheesy extra airstrike of a carry. And then that means next turn... Whoa, I shouldn't have done that. You need to be resupplied. I should be able to quite easily close down this pocket and move what's left of my troops up. RNG supply is always a wonderful thing, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they are. They're wasted. The only reason I'm keeping them there is because I just am paranoid in case they try and cut off the supply routes. So that's the only reason why I keep them on that Moose River, is because really I don't need them to keep on pushing. I'm just ploughing through as it stands, and I don't want to move them off just to have one turn without supply because because one cheeky boy decided, a bit like that cavalry, to encircle. That's the only reason I keep them there. Now, if I had, say, some infantry over here that could be redeployed to hold this line, I would send them over. Like, I can send this guy up, so I'll send that guy up. But I can't send really any more else in case they cross. Contain and move forward. Good. Making a lot of healthy progress. Should be able to move forward here as well and take the Don. Don't you do this. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Thank you. Lovely. Ahead of schedule. Ahead of schedule. But I want the Don River, so the next target will be, of course, during the Don River. That's for the extra PP points. That's so I don't have to see this and get fed up because, oh look, these guys are out of supply even though they've got supply over here. I think I can keep going forward without even having to consider. Yeah, keep going forward. I can leave Volograd to be left to its own devices. I'm not gonna farm XP. I can farm. Yeah, there we go. How's the supply doing? Put down another supply hub. And keep on keeping on. This is where you do a mad bombing run. And win! RNG! RNGesus was smiling upon us. I just don't understand why these guys are out of supply. I'm not mad, I'm just irritated, I think. And now we can begin pushing forward along here. This means that by using the logistics cards, I starve these guys sooner, which means they can get less of their troops out. And then I can just farm XP for these troops. Like, XP status farmed. Which will be quite important for the Romanians. Reinforcements? None I can see right now. Just use a feint attack on this guy. Not going to be able to kill it this turn, but... this needs to be contained. Yeah. Nice. So will you take these tanks to push over to Surovinokino? simply because this needs to be taken first, and then we'll push whatever's left over to the other sector. You cannot retreat anymore. I'm victorious. Don't send your tanks, please. Don't send your tank reinforcements. It's not cool. It's cringe. Soviet tanks are cringe, alright? Oh, you're cringe. That's like totally cringe, dude. Let's bring that down to 1. Yeah. Can I bring this down 1 more? No. High risk, low reward. That's my kind of playstyle. Give up. Abandon your position. Thank you. So I can send the boys further south. Nice. Easy scenario, especially with that extra artillery, but I don't really need it, but it's easy with that card. So cards can make a scenario just immediately become completely redundant. In fact, I was doing a pretty strong game previously, but I just screwed up with losing the Sao River when I didn't really need to. I believe turn 6 is when I get my Vikings. I don't really need it. I could probably do hard without the bonuses, but I just like the flexibility. I don't like getting halfway through a campaign and just being soft locked out of it and being like, okay, looks like I've got to go back to the start. Cries. No, I prefer having the ability to, especially when you're doing like videos and that, to be able to go, I screwed up here, or doing a stream. Looks like I've been soft locked. Time to start again from scratch, boys and girls. Now it's easier recording wise to play it on a difficulty where people can see start to finish. Because at the end of the day, although that I don't really want to do how-tos on classics and that, because I like to play different games. I don't want to like become specialised in one particular game, and so that's why I don't tend to master games. I just tend to sort of get a general understanding of them and then apply them so I can do general tutorials and that. And so that's why I try and avoid doing the classics and so on. Although I think classic is a bit more. Classic is definitely effective. I probably could, but you just have to learn each. You really have to learn each scenario. You would have to sit down and go, okay, what do I need to achieve here? So here's a little cheese strat I'm going to demonstrate to you all. So this is what I forgot about to do last time. So enemies can deploy reinforcements only if they have control over those tiles. So you see there they've got control over these tiles, where if I just push on over, they no longer have control over those tiles. And then it's just a case of getting rid of the reinforcements over here. It's just, what do you call it, repeating over and over and over again. Well, yeah, I play a lot of different strategy games, but it just depends on the game. I really like Unity Command 2 because you can come back to it. You don't just have to, you can't play it, it's not real time, and because each scenario is self-contained, if you screw up, unlike in Hearts of Iron 4, if you screw up as Italy, you're going to lose the war, or if you screw up to Germany, you're going to lose the war. If I screw up in this scenario, I can just go restart and replay it. That's what I really like about Unity Command 2. I saw one guy on easy fail to make it to the third course. I'll be real with you, Chief. I struggle like because so I'll play Victory of the West where I've got loads of resources, or I'll play Blitzkrieg where I have a general understanding. But Barbarossa is a very unique DLC, is that you start off really well, but that's all you're really going to get. You're going to get some reinforcements, but you're not going to get a lot. So it's very easy to soft lock yourself in Barbarossa because you think, wow, these units are great, let me just throw them away, and then you get to Ukraine and you die because you've wasted your troops. It is very easy to get soft locked in Barbarossa. I get soft locked a lot in Ukraine, so when I play now, I make sure to be very conservative until after Ukraine, and then I'm a bit more flexible because that is your real test of whether or not you can pull off an objective. But because I've been playing so much recently, that's why I've been able to sort of show more competence when compared to other players. So we're just going to move around in a circle, move this tank around. Now I can't do it anymore. I could have kept on pushing to Sorokino, but I need to take this objective first. So that's why we pushed here. That's literally why we pushed here. I can't undo that. He may come round and counter encircle me. But hey ho. And then we've got the time to push over here. We're pretty good. We're pretty healthy. The stonks are strong. Now when's the enemy reinforcements coming? Turn 8. So I can move this over here. And also it comes from experience. I played these scenarios so many times that I can know by looking at it, okay, and I can know when to use my cards and when not to. For example, I know in Market Garden, because I've played Market Garden before, that you're going to need a lot of paratrooper cards, or you're going to need a lot of airstrike cards, or just a lot of force multiplier cards to win Market Garden. And so I'm very good at conserving my resources in that, and knowing when to use them, because I've been soft locked before when I haven't been conserving my forces. But that's what makes the game fun. Like, that's what I enjoy about the game is its persistent campaign. The fact that the game, like how well you do has an impact on your overall success. And it's just not just, here's one scenario, here's two scenarios. And also I keep on, restarting, so I always get bloody flying artillery. Sometimes I don't need it. I mean, a lot of the time I don't need it, but because I want to get, the bonus objectives. I'm cheesing it a little bit. I can just deploy these Italians, but I don't need them. I don't need them for what I'm going to do. I suppose I can move them forward to form a defensive line. Tank. So I don't need to do that yet, so let's just blow this up. RNG! Why have you forsaken me? I've breached you, but I can't kill you. Oh well. And my general rule is look on the map, find the rail lines, and just follow the rail lines. Don't stop following. Follow the rail lines as much as you can, and then you'll be fine. It's when you don't follow the rail lines that's when you become cursed. I did not take the Don yet. Why did I not take the Don yet? Because I forgot I needed to take it. That's alright, because we took it in the end. Don status confirmed, taken. Finishing off Rostov. Rostov turn 9. I do Rostov first because I want prestige. And then the HQ upgrade I don't really care about that much. Yeah, I haven't really got much of an interest in HQ upgrades. In fact, I'll be honest with you, I don't really understand them. I think they give you like some sort of free bonus, but it's not really worth it a lot of the time. So with that, they can no longer deploy reinforcements because I have now taken the crossings. So I'm pretty much safe now. The Sal is now mine. I can move this tank up, counter. This tank, not really that much. Just be a bit paranoid here. I'm going to use binoculars to see if there's anyone there. There was no point using those binoculars there, but hey ho. Nope, so I can move these guys forward. I'm going to move them over here. And then I can hopefully finish off these guys. One to 1, 3 to 0. I got time. I got time in the bank for this. Blocked by prisoners. Nothing is more infuriating than being one turn away from taking an objective and being blocked by a HQ. Because you don't have enough movement speed to take the HQ. Encircled, but I can work around that. I can either counterattack to break off or... let's see, how bad is it? Is it worth it? Yeah, it's worth breaking out. It's worth breaking out. I can take that by turn 9. I'm just being a bit more cautious because I'm aware of that nightmare. I believe it's not the end of the world if I don't take Rostov straight away, but I would like to take Rostov straight away. I'm not going to reset over 40 points, you know, that's not worth it. You know? There we are, Rostov taking a bit of RNG there, saved me. 1-to-1 with the Italians or the Slovak. Yeah, let's do that. but it's not really going to change much for me. It's not worth losing a step. Not worth losing a tank step. This isn't worth it. It's not worth it. Okay, if I move this guy forward, I can move this guy over here. There we are. Nice. I just don't want this guy to starve, so I'm going to move this guy back up north. Move this guy back up north. These guys can be encircled for 1 turn, and these guys can be. This tank may have a problem. But hey, what can you do about it? I think it's just going to be saturated. I don't think it's going to lose prisoners. Yeah, so I don't think we lose. I think we just get a suppressed unit. So we didn't take Sorokino, but it's just a HQ upgrade. It's not going to be something that keeps me up at night. I'd rather have my prestige at 300 than have a HQ upgrade for some random increase, like, I don't know, an extra supply dump. So the Summer German. During the war, Soviet soldiers referred to the Winter German and the Summer German. Roughly speaking, the former was viewed as a mobile and vulnerable prey, while the latter was deemed almost an unstoppable force. Although it was simplified, there was some truth to these sentiments, and the initial phase of Foul Blau truly came at the hands of the Summer German. And that ends the conference. I get an extra 50 PP. Oh, a lot Flieger lots here. No, that is really nice. That's really good RNG there. 1 air attack asset and 1 use of flying artillery. That is a heckin' chonky setup. So now we have the alt scenario. So if we focus on the Caucasus, you end up changing the whole scenario. So you have 2 real branches in the Stalingrad, you'll see. So one of your branches is if of course, historically, if Germany had focused on moving through the Caucasus, which sees you sort of doing naval invasions, breaking through, encircling Stalingrad, but not actually taking it, just putting artillery positions on it and moving into the Caucasus while trying to hold back against massive waves of Soviet tank and infantry counterattacks. And of course, when the winter comes and the Soviets do their, I think, Operation Uranus, it's a case of you trying to pull out some of the encircled troops in the north, but altogether being a fairly successful operation where you mostly secure this area with your fields and you don't lose too many men. Now, of course, if you do the historical route, it involves you going through, taking Stalingrad, and really sort of doing the historical route, being encircled and trying to break the encirclement. Now, if you do the ahistorical route, you do eventually counterattack at Stalingrad and potentially encircling it and taking it and winning the sort of the whole campaign. But in the historical scenario, it's a case of just trying to survive. Now, I would argue that most of the time historical scenarios are easier. So if you want a bit more challenge, I would say the alt historio in this is pretty difficult as well. But yeah, the general historical track is what you want to do if you want a bit of an easier time. So, due to the specific nature of the upcoming battles, it's strongly advised that the following HQs be upgraded to level 3 engineering. AO Key 6. Okay, remember that you can reset the conference. So let's select AO Key 6, engineering, level 2, level 3. And why? Because they want pontoon bridges. Okay. That's why we're wanting the prestige, because if we don't have enough prestige, then what happens is you end up without that upgrade, and then you're sort of, well, not on the winning streak. Fischreier or something like that. As 4th, July 22nd, 1942. As 4th Panzer Army floundered without fuel north of Rostov in a traffic jam with German high command zone making, 6th Army was given the challenging task of occupying the Big Bend in the Don. With clogged supply lines and almost devoid of mobile formations, Paulus's troops must somehow attempt to keep the initiative against an enemy that is finally receiving much needed reinforcements from Moscow. Okay. So, you are left with only 6th Army to carry out our advance into the Don Bend. 4th Panzer Army is stuck in the rear without fuel and under conflicting orders. Thankfully, it has managed to divert a Panzer Corps to assist you. OKH advises you to avoid an early advance into Surochino area and instead strike north via Kletskaya. The lack of good roads and chaotic conditions in our rear have left us with a appalling supply situation. Finally, a word of warning: significant Soviet reinforcements are incoming. Expect violent counterattacks and heavy losses. Okay, where are they going to be attacking from? Oh, there's tank corps from over there. It's not the end of the world. I'm not going to cry about that. So I need to take Kletskaya, Nubzi, Surochino, and try and hold these two crossings. Which isn't going to be that difficult, I don't think. So 6th Army, immediately upgrade to Panzers. Give them Pioneers. Oh, okay, this is tank hell, is it? Alright, would you? Tank hell. Do I need infantry upgrades? Yeah, let's upgrade infantry. Let's give these guys some points as well. I'm not upgrading the Italians. There's no point upgrading the Italians. Take a look at our supply situation. Ah, it's pretty rough. They weren't joking when they said the supply situation was boned. Repair this. Repair this. And if we're going to push towards Kletskaya, so I need to take Kletskaya by turn 3, so we'll push our troops up north there. Next on the agenda, this supply hub needs to go down here. This supply hub can go over there. And we should be able to punch through this. We'll take this for the supply hub. I believe. I think I could cheese this, you know. I think I could do some hecking chunky cheeserinos. So turn 4, I could literally blow this bridge here and potentially stop that tank corps coming down. And I could destroy this as well. But we're going to try not cheesing and see how that works out for us. So infantry secure. Infantry, please. Infantry to secure here. Infantry to stay on there, and then this infantry can move over on the right. Not good. Let's use a Loflol, shall we? Not bad. One of these bad boys. High risk, low reward, my kind of my kind of thing. Apparently I've got 12 of these air supplies. So, hey-ho. Looks like Goering's doing a good job. Winks at camera. Oh, I see why. I see now. I see why this is a supply hell. Where is these guys being supplied from? This could be cheeky if I wanted it to be. If I was not a fair gamer, I could be a cheeky boy. There we are, nice and secured. I can now move these guys off. There's a bridge there. Yeah, I can move this guy off. Move these guys over. Supplies indeed, rather bad. It's time. Use the Opal Blitz. I need to take this by turn 4, so this will be our next focus. There's no point using our flying artillery just yet, because I'm going to be able to take that next turn without any issues. Let's drop this on these guys, just in case. And then we'll drop these guys next. You can't do that. That's not fair. Wow, you really are in supply hell, aren't you? Take this by turn 5. Are you insane? Take this by turn 5. How about no? Especially because a lot of my units don't appear capable of breaking these troops. Great, the Italians. That's what I needed, the Italians. This is fine. This is workable. You can withdraw if you are attacked. You have my permission to run. Move this back, destroy this unit. Move this back over here. Oh wow, you guys are out of supply. Yeah, I tend to find that the cavalry units with the lesser, how do I put it, lesser strength forces tend to be a lot better. I don't think I'm going to take the risk to take lose this by turn 5. I think I could pull it off, but with those reinforcing tanks next turn, I would be inviting disaster, so I'm not going to. He says, as he ignores his own instructions and moves forward because he refuses not to take the objective when told not to. And now he loses all his tanks in what can only be called the most stupid thing he's ever done. This is where all my tanks die. A perfectly intelligent idea, mildly. Cannot go wrong, mildly. You just lost a panzer, mildly. You're gonna restart the scenario, Mark. You knew it was gonna happen as well. I knew it was gonna happen. I was looking at it. I was thinking, oh wow, this is bound to go horribly wrong. I know this tank's coming. I shouldn't be pushing for this objective. But I did it anyway, and I lost the tank division. Okay, upgrade the armor. We know the drill. Armor first. Bring this down, bring this up. Can't repair the bridge just yet, but hey ho. So I keep the towed artillery because sometimes when I come across an entrenched position with towed artillery and what's the phrase? Screwed up already. I've already screwed up. No margin for error. I can stop, wait a turn, and then bombard and take the city. That's why I keep the towed artillery around. So even though it's not useful when it's moving, sometimes when it does get stalled by a strong defensive position, it can be used for breakthroughs. So I can't use it now, but look at the stats. So, for example, 2 to 0, 1 to 1. Next turn, he says, trying not to hold back tears. As long as these guys are supplied, they will hopefully have extremely better stats. I don't want to use this. Actually, I'm going to use this. One of these, go. But you get no arty shifts on units in trench and forests or cities, making it useless unless doing set-piece attacks. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. We'll see. Let me just show off. Let me just see if the stats change from once it's moved. But if you are right, then actually it may be an idea next time, or next time I restart, because I didn't know that, then I will take off the artillery from these units. I see, yeah, yeah. So it's good for maybe encirclements, but not really for, how do I put it? Not really for taking cities and that. I didn't know that. The more you know. Terrain legend. Okay. Yeah, so this won't take it, but okay. I will do that next time. Next time I've got my tanks up, I will reassign them their units. Oh, before the end of the scenario anyway. Not really what I want to do. So if we take a look at this and hover over terrain. Oh, there you go. 1 MP hex for infantry, 2 MP hex for mobile units, 1 MP hex for supply, combat effects -1 shift combat, penalty shift for armoured unit attacks, no armour shift, no arty shift when entrenched. I see, so there's no point spamming artillery on it. There you go. -1 air attack, less suppression in feint attacks. Less effective suppressive fire. That is actually very helpful. That is really helpful. I mean, you can also just learn it from experience. Like I've tried this and it failed dismally. But yeah, it's extreme. It just saves so much time. But I will do that next time. Go through the man. I've never read the manual in this game. I refuse to. Like, there's no need. Like, you need to read the manual if you're playing like Gary Grigsby, but you don't. Like, you don't need a manual for this game. You can just learn this from trial and error. But yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, like that. The terrain just helps so much. The terrain just saves you. So take this by turn 4. You're going to do that. Cavalry, come down over here. How is these guys doing? Emergency resupply. So now I'm just going to kill infantry. You can. Oh, it's really used for Moscow. That's probably why you've got to play at Moscow. That's probably why I do so badly in Moscow 41. You can hide your weak infantry in forests to force panzers to take one-to-one trades. There you go. That's probably why you like Moscow 41 so much, because it actually has got that extra level of complexity. Whereas I dislike it because it's got that extra level of complexity. And it hurts. It hurts to think, you know? You know what I mean? I'm not going to take this by turn 5. I'm not going to. It's too risky. I've got 11 turns. I'm just going to slow down, focus on taking that next supply dump, and then move forward. Because it's not worth it. It's not worth losing all your tanks trying to break that. Yeah, if you just do the Soviet with some mass attacks until you win, and Moscow 41 as a drag, playing it smart, using the train, focusing on clever encirclements, turns. Yep. I've been playing it as what you just said. I've been playing it as the throw troops at the problem and win. I mean, it's a viable strategy. It's just not very fun. You're not gonna have a good time. See, this is why I'd have like the artillery, because sometimes when you are trying to break through or move around a unit, now because it's stopped and been paused by a turn, I can actually break through with my artillery shift. But of course it won't work on cities, so you've got to rely on your air or encirclements or feint attacks or things like that. Good. I'm happy with that. I'm perfectly fine with that, because I'd rather lose the Italian cavalry than my tank divisions. Naught to 3, not shabby. Yeah, I was never going to break that, but hey ho. It's not worth moving forward over. I'm going to move these guys down. Resupply this. Tell it to dig in. Resupply this. Move on. Turn 5. Yay, the Italians are here. Yay. Yay. Sure can't wait to not use them. Doing a bit of a high risk move by leaving the southern bridge undefended. You can see that bridge is undefended and I'm not going to put any troops on it. hopefully will improve my supply situation a little bit. Good. This is good. I can hopefully get rid of this as well now. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. You guys are starving. Let's give you guys one of these. Nice work. Did I give these guys 2 engineers? No, I didn't. I don't think it's possible to do that, but... The safer approach, the approach that will make me lose about 50 prestige, but I'd rather... You've got to work out how much is 50 prestige, like how much is that in terms of like numbers of tank shifts I can buy. And if I lose like 20 tank shifts, then taking the objective on time does not indicate a good trade. Potential risk of encirclement there, but it should be okay. Well, managed to resupply and move this up. Good. Bad, because these guys don't have a lot of supply range. Good. Bad. I'll go 1 turn without supply on the north. Let's grind our way through it. There we are. Now plenty of supply, and we can continue to advance. Or get blocked by that piece of garbage. 1, 2, 3. Move once, destroy this, move back. Or don't. Or don't. Yeah, much safer. This is a big old trap. It's like, oh, it's a bit like Veneza, where you've got a, where it's like, oh, you can take it really easy. It's just infantry, and then out comes the tank hordes. I suspect there's a cheesy way of winning it if you take the southern objective first and then break through to take the north objective before turn 5. So if you could take this and then take this objective before turn 5 and survive that turn, then you would just win the scenario. But yeah, it's that would be a cheese strat. I mean, wow, this is just a meat grinder. Like, it's just the entire front is just saturated. Air attacks. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Have fun. Storming of the heavens, win official scenario. When Paulus was given command of 6th Army, Hitler stated that with this force he could storm the heavens. Indeed, 6th Army was the largest army the Germans fielded during the war. However, during the advance towards the Volga, even this force, which consisted mainly of infantry, was stretched beyond its limits. In the end, Paulus's troops would be forced to halt and pause before crossing the Don, let alone reaching the Volga. Understandable. Understandable. And then Edelweiss. So apparently this is the uber hard one. After the initial phases of Foul Blau, the Soviet southern and southwestern fronts had all but disintegrated. The Wehrmacht had overrun Rostov and was now posed for a sweep into the Caucasus and towards the Volga. But in his impatience, the Fuhrer began to intervene directly in the allocation of the all-important panzer forces. This meddling left 4th and 1st Panzer armies hopelessly intermingled north of Rostov and the German supply network in tatters. So, good news and bad news, commanders. First, the good. You have 2 Panzer armies at your disposal and the Soviets are in full flight. And now the bad. Many of your formations are out of position and your supply network has almost collapsed. Regardless, Operation Edelweiss will commence immediately, and so you will have to disentangle these armies on the march. Your orders are to send 1st Panzer towards Piotrk and Makap, and 4th Panzer towards Oberneuvre. Speed is of the essence. The Soviets must not be allowed to recover. Okay, I've got some tank corps coming up. Got to take Oberneuvre. Wow. So that's a punch. That's literally just a punch over here. Makop. Groznyder. Vosk. I'll take this in 15 turns. Isn't too bad because I can just punch through here and punch through here. Once I've linked up, move north and move what's left of this south. That's not too bad. But supply is bad. Like supply is poo-poo. So this got an artillery shift, has it? So if I take this stud shift off and then put on a STKZ, oh wow, you're miles away. Romania, hurry up. While moving towed artillery from motorized division may not be sound, it's like damage is done. If it goes horribly wrong, we'll redo it next time. We will redo it next time. So what have we got? We've got a Brandenburger. Yeah, trust the master plan, exactly. I feel like this is going to be a restart job. So this has got one supply route coming all the way from the north. A load of, yeah, I can't even do cut-offs here either. Is this just going to be a punch? This is just going to be a slow grind. Okay, let's make sure 4th Panzer's over here. Make sure 1st Panzer's over here. So here's what I'm thinking. I can't really care too much about the enemy's logistics because they've got too many supply lines to resupply themselves. We punch down south, start moving south with the infantry, start moving south with some of the armour. With whatever's left, we break through on the right to link up. Once we've linked up this supply route, we can start moving north to secure this objective and just do a sort of a mad dash. But really, it's this supply line that must be reopened, otherwise it's just going to not work. Hey, rear guard's a rear guard. That's cheesy as hell. Nice overrun, happy with that. Easy breakthrough so far, I can't complain too much. Let's start fending the hordes of infantry down. This is a bit of a nightmare. I think this is a bit rough, but hey ho. Ah, hi Dawn, welcome back. Welcome back. Been a while. I'm back from the land of the living. I've come off holiday until the end of the month, and then I'm back on holiday. So, the coward in me wants to send these tanks back down over here to Salsk, rather than try and punch up north, because I have no idea how long it's going to take me to punch through these defences. No, I've been recording mostly, I'll be honest with you. I've been a recording boy. Because I've just been tired, and I feel like recording is just a bit easier than the alternative. Yeah, so that's probably why you haven't been seeing me too much. Yeah, I know, you feel a bit tired, don't you? Like, from the streaming, sometimes it's like, I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it anymore. This was a bad idea. Both of my motorized are now bogged down fighting cavalry. I have no interest in fighting. But hey ho, there's not much I can do about it. There's not much I can do about it. But how's things, Dawn? How's things going? How's the streams going? How's the videos going? All working out well for you? I see that you're getting quite a large viewing audience now from what do you call it, War Thunder. So if you just see, because you stuck to it, you know, you're doing pretty well on that, you know. Of course, I don't often play War Thunder. Yeah, War Thunder's yeah, you're popping off on the War Thunder front. What's that? As they like to call it. We're punching. We're just punching now. Ah, fair one. How's the money coming along for the great and the glorious new machine? For the new gaming rig. You saved up a hefty chonking amount. Okay, almost enough for a GPU's fine by me. Wow, you're going big. You're going big. I'll be real with you, Chief. I'm not finding a difficulty here just yet. Yeah, fair one. I'm not going to be buying any new machines anytime soon. Too expensive. It's just everything's so expensive now. Why do I have this Romanian command, even though it's so far? Like the Romanians are just too far away to be of any use. Yeah, I'm just saving up. I'm saving up. I'll probably save for another year, save up a nice hefty amount of money, and then I'll invest. But for now, I'm just, you know, ticking along this year. Maybe next year as well. I've got about a year and a bit to save. So it's not going too badly. I'm hoping that the inflation will limit how much higher it gets, if you know what I mean. Like, hopefully interest rates will go up and then things will be a bit easier to save money for. This is good. This is fine. This is well controlled. Nothing too bad here. It's a bit of a nuisance there, but hey, let's just give this a little bombing run. 1 to 1 I'll take. Oh, 2 to 1 with no issues. Great. Hoping there's no one in here. Yeah, there's no one in there. That's great. Send the tanks up. Break through. A 1-to-1 trade isn't worth it. There we are. That's the sweet spot. That's the money shot. We infantry hordes assemble. So with this linked up, the tanks are going to move south now. And the infantry is just going to start securing the salient. Undo. Also, now that supply is getting gradually better, we can begin closing down our supply hubs. We can go 1 turn without these guys being useful. Not too bad so far. It's all working out pretty well. We knew that was going to be a problem. It's nothing to be too upset about this yet. Like, these guys have no supply and these guys have no supply, but again, we knew this was going to be an ongoing affair. I'll have to check just to see if I'm on, what do you want to play, dude? Rendo. It's entirely up to you. What do you think we should play? whatever. Yeah, Faz. Okay, that's good. That's good. We'll see what we feel like on the day. Make a decision on it. We'll play it easy because right now I've got quite a hefty workload to put through at work. So I don't know when I'll be on and when I'll be off. You know what I mean? 1 to 1, 2 to 0. Yeah, oh, ghost hunting's fun. Yeah. Hunting the Specterinos. I'm taking the risk. Good, we've broken through. Keep on pushing through. And this infantry can move down on the right. So my big concern right now is if we get cut off again, we're going to struggle to maintain our supply lines. Yeah. Talking shit to ghosts, exactly. Calling the ghosts naughty names. Yeah, this did well. The breakthrough worked. And I think our supply lines... Oh, but now in comes the destruction of the bridges. So this will really slow us down now. This is going to be a problem that will perhaps delay us too much to fix. That's also a problem which may delay us too much to fix. Where's the enemy coming from? Enemy reinforcements are coming from the north. So these tanks need to move up, or these motorized need to move up. So this bridge is destroyed. I can potentially, if I am quick enough, get over to this bridge, but it's unlikely I can pull that off by playing hide and seek. Yeah, it's a pretty casual game. That's what I quite like about it. It's not very casual. It's actually pretty terrifying, but it's a pretty fun game to play. Oh yeah. This guy was right. This tank is so much better. These tanks. Like, these tanks without artillery is better. It's like downright better. Why did I not know this earlier? I could have achieved the objectives at a much quicker time frame. Good. We're pretty close to reaching where we need to be. I got motorized moving from the north. We've done it within 5 turns. Yeah, this ain't bad. This ain't bad. This is where they start bridge blowing now. Yeah, that bridge blow was pretty problematic for me. Exactly, yeah. And you waste an entire turn. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I made a tragic mistake. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Forgive me, please. Please forgive me. That's one turn without me being able to reinforce this, which is a bit of a nightmare, especially because I believe Heckin' tankerinos will be coming down soon. Let's blow this up. Yeah, pads need to be moving every turn, so you need to be making sure they've got things that aren't going to... Yeah, you're right, you're right. I was thinking it more in the lens for if they do come across a city, but of course you've just told me that cities aren't affected by artillery shifts, which was what ruined me. I'm going to gun it over here. And then I'm going to send this piece of garbage over here. One second, let me just check this. Yeah. Good. Almost at Krasnodar. I still need to get to Piosk, but we should be okay to get there within the turn limit. As long as they stop blowing the bridges. If they keep blowing the bridges, we're going to have problems. I love it. I love it. I blew the bridge. I love it. I don't care. I love it. Undo. I can't undo it. Yeah. That is cold insanity. That's why I bring up this guy here as well, to preserve us. You're too far away to be of any use now. Repair the bridge. That'll be a nightmare to push. Unless... No! That's that. Give me a fallback. Give me a fallback. Thank God for that. We are going to go around. That's what we're going to do. We're going around. And then the infantry can catch up. High risk, low reward. That's my answer. Not close enough to keep that in supply. Okay, we don't need this anymore either. We should be able to beat the tanks that are coming from the north. But I don't think I'm going to complete these within the time frame. It's going to be a nightmare to push across. Rear guard, that's fun. So Krasnodar is not being taken this turn. I screwed up there. I should have sent this tank moving southwards, but there's not much I can do about that either. Put one of these down here. And then put one of these down up here. Is it worth one? No, because enemy tanks are going to be in here. Yeah, it's not worth it. Oh well. Let's go around it. Oh well, not the end of the world. We will take this next time, but it's just gonna be a irritating affair. Nice. What are you buying? What are you selling? What are you buying? What are you selling? They're gonna blow that bridge. I know they're gonna blow that bridge. Nice work. Infantry, sacrificial lambs. Go, 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 go. Sacrifice yourselves, please. Romanians, I have a job for you. It involves sacrifice. Back down over here. I can't touch that until these guys rock up. There we are. Now we can potentially do some artillery strikes if we can bring these Romanians down as well. We'll be alright. Okay, not bad. And I have no intention of taking any of these. No. No, 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 no. I'm not insane. I'm not insane. I'm not breaking through to take these objectives. Why would you do that? Why would... There's nothing to achieve there apart from starvation. This is going to be an absolute nightmare to take. Like a literal nightmare to take. I can see why people think Edelweiss is an absolute nightmare to do. Like it is, it's an absolute nightmare to do. One cavalry unit. Who would win? One cavalry unit. One cavi boy on the entire German army. There you go, that's what we needed. A little bit of sympathy. 2 to 1. Well, I've been rather lucky because they haven't counterattacked the northern unit very much, you know? So I've been quite a lucky fellow in that regard. No chance. Alistair. No chance. I'm not taking that by turn 12. Maybe. No chance. None of those have a chance of success. Especially if they've got troops defending it. How on earth do you get a maximum victory on this? You have to yeet. That's all you could do. Just yeet. Though to be fair, if I should have attacked a bit earlier and broken through a bit earlier, but because of the broken bridges, I got slowed down too much. Should have been more aggressive. But I wasn't. So there you go. Barely anything defends Napa. You can commit this one motorized unit to Lister, but you'll need to supply it carefully, and Gdansk isn't usually entrenched. Okay. Now my failure here was because I was too slow to advance down south. I was being too cautious in defending my line. And I probably could have gone 1 or 2 turns without supply, and that allowed them to blow the bridges. But yeah, I can see it being a hard scenario, especially if you haven't been doing well up until this point and your tanks are just like pee pee poo poo. Oh, you are taking the piss. You are literally having a giggle. That's not even funny. But I would have held that, but because of supply RNG, my northern unit had no supply. It wasn't a case of counterattack, it was a case of we memed your supply and we didn't tell you about it. I mean, that's not even funny. Like, I'm not laughing. Because of how bad supply is, I've got like a 50% chance of like not being a lot of supply. So for 2 turns, my SS Viking division wouldn't supply. And so they were just able to push it off without any issues. And now I've just lost a load of SS Viking units. But hey-oh, I'm not mad. So road to Stalingrad. Maybe it's time to stop today, I'm not sure yet. August 14th, 1942. By mid-August, the Red Army had managed to still both Paulus's 6th Army and Hoff's 4th Panzer before either force could reach the Volga. These successes had however come at a great cost to the Soviets, and after a short respite, Axis forces have regained their cohesion and concentrated their forces. Yeah, I can see Edelweiss being an absolute nightmare to try and get a gold on. You'd probably need to stack a lot of cards to pull that off, and if you're using Classic, then good luck with that. Like, good luck. Enjoy. Not good in the slightest. Okay, good news. We're ready to resume the offensive operations. Your orders are to strike further into the Don Bend with 6th Army, bridge the river, and then drive hard and fast for the Volga. Simultaneously, 4th Panzer Army will strike from the south. Be aware that your forces are stretched thin, and there's a high likelihood of Soviet counterattacks. Good to know. So there is old Stalingrad, I believe. And there's the bonus if we can take this about securing our positions. So let's get rid of this stug shift. I can't because I moved a unit. Okay. What about 6th Panzer Army in the north? A lot of my units are pretty well equipped right now, but supply-wise, it's not too bad. But we need to break across here to get the Don Bend, so we need to punch through in the north, and we also need to punch through in the south. This should be a pretty easy scenario. Yeah, I don't tend to play with level 2 logistics because I like having better upgraded units compared to better upgraded HQs. But I'll take a look to see how many points I've got at the end of this conference. I've got enough points and we'll give it a go. But if the points be damned, then we will have to play it by ear. Rear guard, eh? Rear guard. I'm going to use my last card as well, Flieger. Rear guard, I almost fell from that. You are not rear guard. Hello, Mr. Tank. I'm going to bomb you. Looks like you're a bit weaker for my next push. I'm not going to afford this. I see no reason to. I mean, I could afford to take Kalak, but I don't care too much about Kalak. This unit's pretty weak. And these units are going to be undefended. There we are. We can push this. I'm not too upset. We'll break the Donban pretty easily. These guys are pretty well supplied. Yeah, we're pretty... This is a pretty solid spot for our next advance. I'm not too upset. Unless they move around to take that, which is unlikely. Which is unlikely. I'm playing slowly now. I'm not trying to get gold anymore. I'm just playing slowly and steadily on this. Because this is getting to the stage now where I can't risk the higher risk operations. Oh wow. That is a problem, isn't it? That's quite the problem. I see now. We can attack that next turn. You must sacrifice yourself for the good of the army. Good. That works. He actually ran away. He ran away. The bad man ran away. Hello. That's not good. That was perhaps a not very clever thing I should have done. Oh well. New Panzer? Oh, it's the Garbage Panda. It's been a while since I've met you, Mr. Garbage Panzer. Run away, thank you. There we are, subjective is taken. You're a bit of a nightmare there. And we can hopefully keep pushing for this Don Bend. Stop. Think. Think. This may be a risky scenario. Maybe risky for us. And they may move for a big old encirclement on us, but I think we'll be alright. We could even do something rather devilish here and move north to completely cut off their supply lines. That is what we're doing. Next turn, Northern YOLO. Northern YOLO. And they are cut off, apart from that one there, but they should be cut off soon as well. Okay, you're blocking me from moving over. And they're over. The Don crossing has been crossed. Alright, we're leaving one tank unit here. And then the rest we're going to keep on pushing with. Wow, I need one more. There we are. Good. Don crossing by turn 4, which we didn't get, but you know, he says. Well, she did get. He was lying. I'm just going to link up now. I'm just going to link up. So I just say Kalak by turn 6. I ain't taking Kalak anytime soon. Kalak is Ogre. No supply this turn, but hey ho. I'm going to desperately try here, aren't they? Emergency resupply. They are going to desperately try to link back up. Oh, this is not Stalingrad. I thought it was Stalingrad, but it's not. I lied. It was a ruse. He fell for it. Oh, is it Stalingrad? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be taking it this scenario. I know in the Barbarossa DLC, it's actually easier if you break through Moscow than it is to actually try and do the scenario as intended. But in this case, I don't think it would be a good idea to attempt such a bold move. So we're not going to take Strunsk its turn. I don't think we'll be taking the Volga by turn 6. I may be able to if I just YOLO it, but it's not worth it. It's not worth the risk. It's all about conservation now. We're getting to the stage of the campaign where you can keep on trying the YOLO Blitzkrieg, and it's probably not going to work out very well for you. Retreat! Retreat, damn you, retreat! Retreat, 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 retreat. Retreat, 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 thank you. Still, that tank is battered now. Hordes of infantry. Damn, son. Head towards the Volga. Cry a little. Try not to cry, cry a lot. Retreat this unit back. How did you guys get supplied? Anyway, not really my concern. So we only got 25 prestige on that, which is not good. But we secured the north anyway, so now it's just Volga, which we will not be taking anytime soon either. If only I had just that little extra oomph to get there. No, no chance. No chance. No, 40 points. It's a shame, but not the end of the world. 40 points is still okay. You know, I'm not going to cry about 40 points too much. Well, you're going to starve. Send these tanks up north to counter. I always find it infuriating when you want your troops to withdraw if they are attacked, but they just stay there and refuse, and you die horribly. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to push them off the point anyway. Still, it wasn't too bad. I mean, I lost some units, and we didn't get maximum supply and maximum objectives, but it was still a pretty conservative operation. So we lost 3% of our armor, 3% of our infantry, and 5% of our specialists. Which isn't bad. Oh, you gave me garbage. You've given me literal garbage. I've got to buy this, just in case. Let's read what the objectives are for this. Okay. So, Novorossiysk. September 2nd, 1942. Despite endemic supply difficulties and organizational turmoil, the German 17th Army made the advance from the Don to the foothills of the Caucasus in mere weeks. But Axis hopes of a quick penetration of the massive mountain ranges were soon dashed. The Red Army had purposely fallen back on this natural defensive barrier and now lay wait for the oncoming enemy. General Ruff's troops are given the enviable task of clearing the Kuban while simultaneously striking at the Black Sea coast, which is strongly held cities and treacherous mountain passes. So taking troops in this scenario will improve the situation, but this is all we have time for today, gentlemen. This is the end of the stream, and we will continue this either tomorrow, depending on what my dude said. Okay, yeah, probably tomorrow, or maybe as recordings later on throughout the week. As you can see, the game has developed, or the campaign has developed from the blitzkrieg sort of mentality to a more methodical tank combat approach. And as we get closer to Stalingrad, we've got to be a lot more careful with our units because of the supply issues and the growing amount of resistance we are now coming across. Altogether, we're doing a pretty good job, I think, so far. We are beginning to not meet the targeted objectives, but that's more from personal resource conservation rather than an actual probably inability to do so. But then again, I could have redone the scenarios and probably got those objectives if I just YOLO'd it, but it's such a risky strategy, I wouldn't recommend it. Anyway, that's all we have time for. I hope you enjoyed it, ladies and gentlemen, and I will see you all later. So have a good one, and adieu.